mai, haere mai ki Whangarei Thursday, 24 September. Councillor Murphy. Well, welcome to you all to our meeting for Thursday, the 24th of September. A very warm welcome to all the councillors. I'm hoping that if I speak slowly, Councillor Peters may evaporate. What is it? There's no word. And also a very warm welcome to members of our public gallery. It's fabulous to see you coming to join us for our council meeting today. Acknowledging all of our staff who are present with us also. Councillors, I'm going to ask Councillor Whangarei to open our hui with the country.
Kia tau taranga Māori e, kia whakatapua tātou katoa. Nā mea a whakapono āna tātou. Let there be peace amongst us. Let us have respect for each other and what we believe.
Councillor, just a reminder for any items on the agenda today which you have an interest, if you would mind declaring the interest either now or at the beginning of the item. We haven't yet had an apology from Councillor Peters, but we will note that she's absent. Hopefully that is not the whole meeting. I haven't yet heard it, but it may be that she's communicated with others, so check that. Just as with a housekeeping matter, we do have item 6.12, the Kokomoto car park upgrade, approval for additional budget. That was a supplementary item that came to us on Monday of this week, so hopefully you've got copies of that on your desk as well. Right, to item 4, which is our public forum. We have 2 speakers to our public forum this morning, and our first speaker is Chris Twiss from I Have a Dream organisation, who's going to give us an update on expansion plans. Morning, Chris.
Morning. Stand here if it's okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again today. Many of you would have been here, I think, for the North and Forward Together session a couple of months ago. The good news is it's a much shorter version of my presentation today, but I will go over some of the ground I did cover last time as well. Always wonderful to have the opportunity to talk about our kaupapa and sort of shine a light on that. When I was last here, I was the expansion manager of I Have a Dream. So, since then, I've actually been appointed as the CEO, so it's a wonderful privilege to hold that position now. And Backhouse, our very long-serving CEO, has gone off for new adventures. So I'd like to acknowledge the work that he's done, this incredible marketing that he's done for I Have a Dream over the last 16 years. For those of you who are not familiar with I Have a Dream, we are based up in Whangarei and Tikiponga communities, 3 primary schools and Tikiponga High School there. We provide wraparound services for kids from day 1 primary school through to the end of high school. So holistic, fully inclusive, longitudinal program. It's a program that's based on a model that was established in the US 40 years ago. It's very much tailored and customised in the New Zealand and far north context as well. So we currently started in Whangarei 4 years ago with 2 people there. We now have 20 staff. There are 15 adult navigators, so they're fully paid people. They're from and of the community and very familiar with those communities. And we have about 900 Whangarei in that program now, 600 whānau as well. It's a program that crosses over and has a lot of interaction with whānau, and that's one of the big differentiators. We base ourselves in school, we work closely with the school during the school hours, but we also build those longitudinal relationships with whānau. It's a very important side of what we do as well. We're putting an advert in the paper next week for 4 new people next year, so there's a nice growth and employment story there too for us. We have a lot of interns, social services interns coming through the program now as well. So we're at a really lovely stage at Whangarei in terms of momentum of the program. We also have over 80 volunteers, so that's another thing that through the framework we provide in those schools, we have a big volunteer base. And our aim is to have a one-on-one mentor for every senior pupil in Tikiponga High School, for instance, and we're well on the way to achieving that. When I addressed the forum a couple of months ago, I said as expansion manager, that we're also poised to look at how we might expand the program into new communities in Northland. And so that mahi continues as well. And we're also looking as part of a sort of recent internal review at how we can also grow that kaupapa within Whangarei, because there's a lot of opportunity. One classic example for us is a lot of our kids coming from Potra Grove, Whangarei Primary, Tikiponga Primary. Some go up to Tikiponga High, but a lot go over to Kamo. So we're looking at things like whether we can include Kamo in that program as an initial step. Just looking at any ways we can to continue their presence and influence and relationship with the Tamariki, or with our dreamers across those shores. So that was it really. I just wanted to take this opportunity to update people on what is happening there with Waikato Dream. It's incredibly positive. The only other thing I'd add is that I think in the post-COVID world, we've been having quite close discussions with government about how we might fund a further expansion of the program into new communities. And I will just say that I actually do believe, it's not easy, but I do believe there is an extraordinary opportunity for us, and we're also working closely with some other like-minded, like-focused NGOs to look at ways that we can streamline the ability to access finance from the government, but also better ways in which we can go into new communities and be a part of that. So there's some exciting developments happening on that front as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Chris, thank you so much. Councillors, any questions for Chris? Thank you so much. Councillors, our next speaker is Bev Woods. Very warm welcome to you, Bev. I believe we've got a page on our desks of Bev's presentation. We've got a bit of a presentation. Welcome, Bev.
Morena, called Beverly Woods at Home, a discussion on dogs in the Ruakaka Wildlife Refuge. Council dog management policy has 5 objectives, one of which refers to Indigenous wildlife. They should be protected. There is a Council dog management bylaw 2013, page 19 of this policy. The map of the Ruakaka Wildlife Refuge clearly shows the refuge is a no dogs area. In words on page 9 it says from the Ruakaka estuary mouth and up to Villa Road and where the estuary intersects with State Highway 1. This includes the shaded water areas. On page 8 of this policy, number 11 under signs, it says Council considers effective signage an important tool in educating dog owners. Council will endeavour to erect signs in areas of high pedestrian traffic or if there are significant factors such as risk to wildlife. Please consider the following facts. The authorities have placed 2 massive information boards in front of the motel. They are extremely informative legislation. These are required. Now, please can you get to the minds of the dog owners who visit the beach? The last thing they're going to do is read a massive sign with codes all over it. It is proven that a human will read up to 15 signage words if big enough to engage their attention. After that, Kuamutu, finished. Count these words. Wildlife refuge. No dogs, no vehicles. All land and beach behind the sign is refuge. 16. It is about 3/4 of a kilometre down the parkway and along the beach to the refuge spit. By the time people with dogs get to the beginning of the refuge, 500 metres, they have either not read the massive signs and or have not been able to transfer the knowledge to the beach and or have decided to be unlawful. At present, there are no effective signs anywhere by council, so the general public is correctly able to say, I didn't see any sign. I met the animal management manager. We were absolutely on the same page concerning the signs for the refuge. Myself and the manager present a combined voice about the need for signage and words and quantity and quality of the sign. We need signs on the beach just before the refuge starts. Council is committed to having effective signs about protecting wildlife. The policy says so, but there are none. It is a very high pedestrian area during the holiday season and all public holidays and weekends, and there is wildlife risk. Council policy says you must provide effective signage, but you don't. This is unlawful. The Ruakaka Refuge is an iconic small piece of sand. Could it be that not many council or dog management members have even been to the refuge? They haven't seen the ebb and flow, and how at times the ebb and flow is over the whole spit. Other refuges in Green Bay do not have the biodiversity of Ruakaka. Dogs are a continuing problem due to the lack of signage. The majority of the people who have a dog in the refuge say, "I didn't see a sign." And when explained that no dogs are allowed, they apologise. In the years I have been monitoring on the beach, about 15 of them, I have rarely received abuse. You explain to them where they can go and they are pleased to know. Please erect effective signs before the refuge on the beach before December. Please consult with the manager of the animal management section. From August 30th, 14 visits have recorded a constant presence of 9 shorebird species, 4 of which are endangered. I will leave that footnote at the bottom for you to read. Thank you.
Bev, thank you for your presentation and also for your work protecting our precious taonga in the area. Councillors, any questions for Bev? You've made it very clear, you've laid down a challenge. Thank you so much. Councillors, that does bring us to the end of the public forum. We now move to item 5.1, which is the minutes of our meeting held on Thursday the 27th of August, including the confidential section. Can I have somebody move that they're a true and correct record? Councillor Denning is moving and Councillor Peters is seconding. Are there any corrections required? Not, I'll put that motion. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Those against, carried. Item 6.1, page 16 of our agenda with recommendations. Councillors, I'm going to move I'm going to be moving items 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. And then I'll be dealing with the election of the chair after we've made the decision on the standing committee. It just seems to be a bit preemptive to have that included until we've got the standing committee actually set up. I have spoken with Councillor Holst about that. He's not feeling uncomfortable about that. He's feeling comfortable about that. So, councillors, I am moving items 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. Do I have?
Yeah, I'll second.
Councillor Ennis is seconded. Councillors, it gives me huge pleasure to be able to move that we set up a standing committee for this council to support Māori participation in decision making. This is for us a significant step. I also need to acknowledge the work that has gone on into getting us to this point. It's a long process. I want to acknowledge the people who have contributed to this process. Some of them we no longer see around our council table. Both councillors, elected members, and also members of our hapu partners who have been working hard to hold this vision and this dream for a good number of years. You would have read through the agenda items, some of the background, the process that we have taken. We, in this term of council, made a decision early on that we would go through a process and give us a period of time to be able to get to the point where we have terms of reference for a standing committee. In the interim, we set up Te Kārearea as a strategic forum, which was again piggybacking on the processes that we had followed for a long period of time. You will also have noted in the papers that under the Local Government Act, we are required to, we should provide opportunities for Māori to contribute to its decisions. So we have that requirement to, that we should provide. It doesn't say must, it does say should. There are some musts and other things in the Act. I know that the work of the working party, who have been putting together the terms of reference, have had what I would call argy-bargy, raru-raru, to get to a point where the terms of reference will be brought to our decision-making forum. And I'm also aware that just from the periphery, the process of getting the 8 mandated hapu representatives, of whom many I see in the room today, from my understanding is that it was could have been quite a grueling process. So I acknowledge that. I would say that going through an election is a pretty grueling process also. So we share the sense of getting the mandate from people to be sitting around the table. Looking at the terms of reference, you'll note that we've included the Te Huinga Statement of Principles, our Whangarei District Council Statement of Principles, the purpose of the committee, the key responsibilities for advice and recommendations, including participation, direction, assurance. Then we have, at the very last point, the key responsibilities under delegated authority, and there are 6 points there. And I do know that there are some concerns from some members of our council that the delegating some responsibility to people who are not elected as such is a variation from what we have done practice in the past. I can assure you that this is common practice for many other councils who have standing committees with people who are not elected through the council process, but are sitting around the table to help with decision making on specific criteria. Let me make it clear that the decisions of this committee are not council decisions that our council will make. They are decisions that are specifically for those terms of reference for areas that we would benefit from having input from our hapu partners. For example, establishing council processes and templates for mana whakahono arohi arrangements and iwiku environmental management plans. That's a really important part of our work, and we need the guidance and support from our hapu partners to ensure that we are doing those correctly. The establishing audit, so I'll start with number 1, establishing audit processes for statutory provisions relating to Te Tiriti or Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi. Again, this is, we are not a treaty partner as such. As local government, we have to take into account Te Tiriti or Waitangi. So we need to, I believe it's important for us to have the guidance of our hapu partners to look at those processes relating to Te Tiriti. Developing a Te Ao Māori framework for decision making. I'm actually really looking forward to that because, again, these are the kinds of things that we collectively may not know about, and we need that input. Establish working parties or steering groups. There's no requirement that will happen. There's the ability for this committee to set those up, and of course if they are to be set up, they will have terms of reference and they will come through this council for final decision. Let me check that. That's not correct. I thought to myself, that's wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. It does give the power to the committee to set those working parties and steering groups up and do their own terms of reference. That's correct. And the 5th point, nominating hapu representatives to any council committee, joint committee or working group as required, noting that nominations to council committees or joint committees must then be appointed by full council. That's the one that we get the sign off. And the final one was developing collaborative relationships on strategic priorities and areas of focus. All areas of work that will benefit from having our mandated hapu partners working with us. There's a chocolate fish all round. It's a big bag of chocolate. So, councillors, this is, as I say, a significant step, and today I will be incredibly proud should this go through. Clearly there will be some debate on this, and I think it's important to debate this issue. It is important that we consider this carefully. It is a significant step for our council, but I reiterate that it is not a significant step for local government. It is standard across many councils across New Zealand. So I will open it up for debate. Councillor Paparillo is on his feet.
I would like to move a motion, please. An amendment.
An amendment?
Would you hand it out first, or would you like to go through it first?
It needs to be moved in substance.
Right, okay, so the amendment, the motion is, or the amendment should I say, is that one, that council note the progress made through the Māori participation in decision-making working group and Te Kara, a strategic partnership forum on the procedure in terms of reference for the establishment of the standing committee. Two, note the decision to establish a Te Kara strategic partnership standing committee is of high importance and interest to the general public, and that to establish the committee without consultation and engagement with the public is a departure from usual practice. Three, agree that the decision regarding the establishment of a Te Kara strategic partnership standing committee be deferred until the public have had the opportunity to be informed of the proposal and to participate in meaningful engagement, the level of which is still to be determined. And four, note that the Te Kara Strategic Partnership Forum continue monthly meetings, held alternatively at council and nominated marae, to maintain established consultation and engagement between the Whangarei District Council and Hubble.
Do we have a seconder for the amendment? I'll second. So Dean is seconded.
Your Worship, I have been through, and I'll wait till everyone's got in front of them. Your Worship, I've been through this item, and I have had multiple phone calls from both Māori and non-Māori, and they have all been quite concerned with the way things have happened. Now, that's not to say that what's happened was wrong. Just like any election process, there's always winners and losers. Okay, so that's part of it. But for me, there's three things that really need to be highlighted. The first one is communication. We need to have open and transparent communication with Māori as well as all of our ratepayers. All people, because they're all part of Whangarei. Someone's phone's going off again. The second thing is consultation. Because this is of high significance and importance to our community, all of our community, they should be involved in the discussion process. They should be involved in how these types of standing committees are set up, because it's vitally important to how the governance structure of a council will be running and going forward. And thirdly, family. Many of us forget very easily that we are all one family. We all have different points of view, which is quite normal in a family. But the fact is, we are a family, and a family in Whangarei which must communicate and consult with each other. We must not be afraid to open up our mouth and say, hey, I don't agree with that, or I do agree with that. That is important. That is what's part of being a family is all about. Now, I can talk about consultation, communication, lots with family. I'll use a personal experience. For me to have a happy relationship with my wife, I must communicate with her. I must listen to her. I must consult with her. And trust me, there is lots of consultation happening there, because I always get told that I'm wrong, but that's okay. This is part of the whole process of being part of a family. I admit, Your Worship, I didn't have the opportunity to stand up and first and actually acknowledge my wife's history. You know, she's a direct descendant of Kalaka. Great-granddaughter, actually. So, while we have a mixed family, we respect each other's views and the way that we go forward. And for us as a community to go forward, we need to bring everyone into that discussion. Not just the 14 around here, but everybody. Because there are so many different views out there and we need to be able to have everybody on board, because the last thing I want to see is a divided community. I want us to be together making decisions. I want us to be able to make those decisions as a family. So that is why I put that amendment up. Because the original motion I could not support fundamentally. Whereas this, going out to the public and actually giving them the opportunity to have their say, will rest my concerns at ease and several other councillors' concerns at ease. So this, I believe, is a way going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Cabrera. Councillors, I'll open up to debate around either the amendment or the original motion.
Speaking for the amendment, staff response to a submitter on this topic, the response in the August Council meeting minutes, stated significance and engagement will be considered against revised terms of reference when this matter is brought back to Council in September. The terms of reference appeared in the agenda without any discussion among the wider Council as far as I'm aware, and that was, with all respect, a very good period in which to consider and potentially discuss such a significant change to process with our affected community. I found that was disappointing because the terms of reference to me were the all-important factor in this proposal. And I can accept the terms of reference apart from parts 4 and 5. And I think those make this matter of such significance to our community that it would be irresponsible of us not to inform the community at least. The clear statements at points 4 and 5 refer page 33 that this appointed body of non-elected members has the delegation to establish working parties and nominate representatives to any council committee, presumably with voting rights, normally reserved for democratically elected members, is clearly a significant change in process and likely to be of high, well, is obviously, judging by the communication many people around the table have had, is of high interest and significance to the people on whom it impacts, which is our community. In terms of Section 78 of the Local Government Act, community views in relation to decisions by the local authority must consider persons likely to have an interest in the matter. Well, we haven't. And judging by the discussion that we've been fielding, there's considerable interest from many diverse backgrounds and viewpoints, both for and against. But the general community have not had the opportunity of that discussion. There have been well-managed and attended hui on Marae, but who has consulted with Maori and other community who are not closely involved with Marae? Certainly not council. And from the contacts I have had, people in general are not aware. Certainly not aware of the significance of the impact of such a wide-ranging change in process. In my view, there has been little to no attempt to engage with the wider community. Maori may have done that, council certainly has not, and provide them with the opportunity to have input to a wide-reaching decision that will affect the entire community for better or worse. Who are we, a few councillors and our selected partners, to make this significant change to process without allowing our people to have any input. In my view, that is not democratic, nor according to the oath we took. In terms of the Act, it is questionable at best. Until this engagement process has been undertaken and all Maori and other sectors have had the opportunity to be well informed and fully engaged, my conscience objects to imposing a decision of such far-reaching effect. In my mind, it smacks, in the words of a recent submitter, to be irresponsible, insulting and even arrogant to assume that we have that right. A Maori ward with a representative democratically elected and with a mandate to vote in a democratic process on the same basis as other elected members around the same table seems to me to be a much preferable option to an appointed body without a general mandate. Thank you.
Councillor Denman. Councillors, any further debate? Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't support the amendment. I feel the time is right to move to the next stage. I state that in a way that I have seen documentation come through from government level as well, in terms of looking towards stronger relationship. This is my third term on council. The first two terms I have been involved with Te Karia, and in that, what I have learned, and I'm sure Councillor Deming was on that committee as well, what I learned was that we've been able to establish over the last two terms of council a strong relationship with marae and with communities in relation to marae. We've been able to address issues at that level, at a marae level. But when we have a look at Te Karia, what we see is that it's a strategic relationship that we have in terms of Māori hapu. And we've struggled to get those strategic decisions on the agenda. And what I see, looking at the terms of reference, and of course page 33, under delegated authority, and I see there really that relationship that we're trying to do is trying to get a more proactive relationship, and a lot of that does relate to the RMA. And to be able to get a strong relationship that we have hapu environmental management plans, we have mana whakahano o rohi agreement, something that will take us forward. It's something that will, in Councillor Coccarello's language, will create the family that we want, so that we can actually have that relationship at a more proactive end. I think that we all get sick of reaction and reacting to situations. We need to get out in advance. We've got too much bureaucracy as we have in terms of looking at these aspects. I'd like to think that we could actually have hapu environmental management plans, that we link into that, and we know through the signals that we've had through the review of the RMA, that's exactly where it's heading. We tend to lead in most areas. I'm always pleased to see in planning we do lead in New Zealand. We tend to win awards. We need to put a step forward, and I think this step is a solid step, and it's one that the community would actually see and endorse with a lot of benefit, where we are applying the legislation that we have in front of us in a more proactive way. So I don't support the amendment, and I particularly support the delegated responsibilities as it relates to the RMA. Thank you.
Councillor Innes. Councillor Peters.
I don't support the amendment. Kia ora koutou katoa. I support the original motion. In doing so, I'd like to acknowledge previous councils and the work that they have done over the years, which are building to this point. I think that work, together with hapu and the decision to relate to hapu, is a really good one. It's based on Te Tiriti, and it's a way forward. It is, and what we are proposing now is the next step on this journey. And I believe that step will be helpful not only to hapu from this mana whenua for this area, but also for those who come from other areas who are not related here, who are Māori in the terms of Councillor Deeming, but do not connect with hapu. So it will benefit them. And further, I believe it will benefit the citizens of our entire area, because it's the right step, because it is set up and it is proposed in a way that actually supports our treaty relationship, and it supports our environment. It will benefit our environment as well because of the care that mana whenua have for our environment. We need to actually take this step now because our environment is also under threat and we need to care for it more. I strongly endorse the original motion.
Councillor Benny.
Yes, I will not be supporting the amendment. I strongly support the original recommendation. In my short time on council, it is clear that Maori has, for a variety of reasons, and I see this as a small step to giving them a voice. I'm confident with the process that we have gone through to get to here, and I'm confident that the terms of reference give an opportunity for Maori to, and especially when Councillor Peters talks about the environment especially, that is only a part of it, but that is a strong part of it, to have a voice and to have their say. So I've been here involved in this process right from the start. I heard it from day one, and I'm really comfortable with what we've done and how we've got here, and I am strongly supporting the original recommendation.
No further. Councillor Cutforth.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not supportive of the current amendment, but equally I'm not comfortable with the original motion, and I am, I'll be exercised by the debate with my open mind, though not empty, as Councillor Kukuru will understand. And I do go back to the Local Government Act, as your Worship pointed out, with that councils must, or should, but must give opportunities for Māori to contribute to decision making. And there are a number of ways that can be done. And I was reading last night about what has happened in local government and the different forms that has taken over the years. And I mean, my preference always, and councillors will know this, is for people to be elected democratically to an institution that is based on a democratic principle, I guess. Just as we do not have unelected people being part of our parliament, our central government institution, if you like. I do not support non-elected people being part of a local government council process, and I've had that position on principle, and councillors will know that I didn't support bringing in independent chair to the Audit and Risk Committee for exactly the same reasons. So I feel very strongly that the system we have with local government is based on a one person, no longer one man, no longer one pākehā, but a one person, one vote system, and I think that is extraordinarily important. Having said that, and also I think we've seen over the years many Māori elected to councils, from Georgina Bayer, who is transgender, as the mayor of a council, through people I've got here, Ron Mark, Paul Eagle, Jill Day, Moko Tania, who's the youngest Māori councillor in the Whangarei District, Stan Semenov, Kahu Sutherland, various people have been elected, and I accept that it is more difficult for Māori. I do accept that, and that is why I've also strongly supported a change to our voting system in terms of bringing in a proportional system where people who do not represent necessarily the majority culture have an opportunity, because of diversity, because of a different system of voting, because of preferential voting and a proportional system, to be around the table. And I think that the fact that this council voted against that only last month was a real blow for any stronger diversity and opportunity for Māori to take their place on the table as democratically elected. The only support is co-governance of resources, and I've made that really clear, I think, through my time on this council. I support things like Kaipara Moana, I support what's happened with 90 Mile Beach, and I've argued quite strongly around this council for things like the Hatia, the Otuho, possibly Wairoa River being part of a co-governance with Hapu and with iwi and with representatives of this council, because to me what's important is not people like Māori in terms of Karieria people being part of this process, these decisions, but actually about resources that really impact on Hapu and Hapu going forward and economic development going forward. The other thing I'm supportive of, but I'd be very interested in more comment from Māori, is Māori wards. I support it in principle because it is a voting position, though I am concerned that Māori who live, say, in my ward in Denby, then do not have the opportunity to vote for their local councillor. But I am supportive of Māori wards certainly being seriously considered by this council. I just wanted to also raise something that Nanaia Mahuta said, who is local government minister. And I just quote from something she said in the House. Insofar as my portfolio is concerned, I can assure members in this House, as they will know, that representation on councils is first and foremost based on merit and a will and willingness to serve their communities in the interests that are there. I support local democracy. I want to acknowledge and applaud those councils who believe that Māori wards is one of many ways to ensure that valuable contributions can be made to the decision-making and planning processes in their district. So, having said that, I'm not comfortable with the change to Karieria. I understand in the document that people at Karieria have a desire to be more strategic. I have no problem with that, and I think Karieria in its present form has the opportunity to be far more strategic and take up issues that councils over here, such as Councillor Peters has suggested, and I do have particular difficulties with the responsibilities under delegated authority. So I add that as a contribution to the debate.
Councillor Kapu. Councillor Golay.
I find myself sitting in between Councillor Cutfield and Councillor Benny on this one, and which is most odd. I will always support transparency and consultation, and so I suppose the question is, do we have time frames around the consultation process and taking this to the public at all? I understand we have to move forward. I'm sort of in the middle, so I possibly need
a little bit more information on the consultation process and that would involve if we were to support this amendment.
I think the amendment clarifies any time frame. It says to be determined, so it's a bit unclear. I have Councillor Murphy and Councillor Cooper.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā mihi nui ki koutou. This is my second term on council. In my first term, I was appointed to Te Kāreria as one of the council representatives, and I found being on that committee extremely worthwhile and valuable. Meeting is held out in the marae, and every other meeting is held in council. And we worked on a variety of our work programs were brought to Kāreria for discussion, and also at marae, local community people, anyone from the community could come to the marae and speak about local issues that concerned them. So I found that it really developed and strengthened my relationships and my understanding of our hapu and the Whangarei District. And through that time, I learned that Te Huinga and the representatives on Te Kāreria supported more engagement and representation at council at any level that was available. We all understand the issue. We had our vote for STV last week and it failed. We didn't have the numbers to get that through. Although the Far North, it did go through. The Far North have now changed to STV. Unfortunately, the Regional Council did not support STV. But I think what we have here today in the original recommendation is a wonderful opportunity to further develop and strengthen Council's relationship with our local hapu. I like to focus on the outcomes. So, as Councillor Innes said, the outcome is that we will have early engagement, collaboration, communication, support to work at a strategic level, because our district and our country, we are facing some serious issues. We are facing reform around the three waters, we are facing climate change, and if we don't have our hapu partners standing next to us, how can we figure these things out? We can't. We have to do it in partners. We have to come together, to figure out these issues. And also housing was on my list. We've got climate change, we've got a housing crisis, we have three waters reform. As Councillor Peter said, mana whenua, they are connected to their places. We have to be able to, that's really going to help us out. So anyway, I definitely support the original recommendation, and I really hope that councillors here today can see that it's a positive step forward. It's not something I don't see there's no negative to it. And so I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess, ladies and gentlemen, fellow councillors, that for me today is a vote about our aspirations for the future of our community. There's been some arguments put forward that I feel we should at least discuss a little further. One of those arguments is that there is a desire for people to be treated equally. One person, one vote for all members of the family to be treated equally. Now that is happening at the moment but we are not getting an equality of outcome. So do we want our family to have equality of outcome? Or do we want to carry on saying we are equal and ignoring the kinds of statistics that Councillor Cutler so happily shares with us, and I'm grateful that she does, where time after time we are seeing people disadvantaged by the system that we're operating under. And another argument that's been put forward is that this should go out and be consulted on to the people. If the process so far had been conducted in closed session, then I would have some sympathy for that argument. But it hasn't. It's been conducted in open session. People have had a chance to make submissions, and they have made submissions. So there has been consideration given to alternative points of view. If people felt really strongly about it, we would see more of them in the chamber today. They do. So I feel comfortable in the process that we've undertaken so far. But for me, and the reason I won't support Councillor Cockerilla's amendment, is that it is about the kind of world that we want future generations, my children, my grandchildren, their grandchildren, to inhabit an environment we want them to live in. Not just the environment, or the physical environment, but the environment of society, if you like. And if we don't make a move, then in the future that gap, which we all know is widening, will be so wide that it is irreconcilable. And so action must be taken. And if the people in the position to take the action keep on abdicating their authority, then we will go down a path that history will judge us poorly on. So therefore, I support the motion as it was originally put in the papers. Thank you.
Yeah, well, everybody wants Maori involvement, and I was on to Whangarei until I got too busy for a long time. Most of the people that have contacted me and that I have bothered to raise the issue with believe that the people should be elected at large. The marae that I visited up north, some of them have got $1 each way, but most of them believe that people should be elected at large. And I'm concerned that we're going to set up a committee that's going to have the authority to make decisions when we are the elected people to do that. And our staff will be what? If people are not elected, then what are the consequences if they make a decision? How does it come back? How does it come back through the chamber, and who is going to deal with that? All our people should be treated the same. And one of the things that concerns me about this coming up is, yesterday we had a risk and audit meeting where we were discussing any possibilities of any risk that could occur, both financial or things that could not be, the public would not be happy with. And one of the things that another thing that springs to mind immediately is, who's going to pay? This group are going to be able to form subcommittees. There's serious resourcing going to be required, and then they're going to make a decision. And how are we going to do anything about that when we're elected to do that? I believe that we should be consulting with all of the people. It's the way that we do everything else. And yeah, I just don't believe that it's going. I believe that if we go for consultation, people are elected, then they have the mandate to do the job.
And a quote from one of the major married families in our community, he said to me, if we elect them like we do at an MU level, and we don't like what they're doing, then we can get rid of them. The system that's being used this time, where the group of sort of, I'm not sure the exact process, but the way he put it was that the group have elected from the group of Marae that were involved. How does that work? And they weren't sure. So if you're elected through a proper electoral system, then you have the ability to change them if they're not doing what you want. And that's just a quote from people. So I believe that any decisions that are made, any decisions that staff make or anyone else makes, have to come back to council for final decision. And I was really nervous when I found out that there were going to be committees that could make decisions with it not coming back to full council.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Connor.
Yeah. I'm not supportive of the amendment. I feel that there is already, and I don't mean to feel, I can see as well, that there is already such a disconnect with Whangarei and these systems that we have put in place, that it's already creating wider division, and it's pushing people away and making people lose trust in the systems. I haven't seen the seating this full in any of our meetings, and I don't see any signs saying no standing committee. I mean, don't do this. I see a lot of supporters. I see a lot of people who are passionate and have cared about this. The fact that Whangarei in its wider principle is the environment, it is the people, it is the knowledge, it is everything. It is not just money. It is not just buildings. It is not this, that, and the other. Their resources are a big factor, and the fact that Whangarei generally feel that there is more spiritualness into those things, and there is a wider, I'm not too sure the exact words, I'm sorry, but involvement with those type of things and connection. As much as people are saying that there was no election kind of thing specific, I saw advertisements through Facebook of telling people to come through to the meeting, to that election myself. So it was out there for people to be able to see, and I would believe that they would have been putting it out through their systems as well, and obviously through the different hapu and whatnot. Yes, we do need to think about Whangarei wards or whatnot in that type of area as well. But at the same time, and there's systems that I can't change, but I can have a little bit of an influence on. But if we go to Whangarei wards versus and the wards that we have per se here, I still have no say on who gets elected in that. But I also respect the fact that there are people that are having that chance to elect those people. I don't have a voice in that. I have a voice in another side. But how that works out, I can't really change too much. But there is election purposes and ways to be able to do it. People don't like changing. People don't like having their decisions changed. Like, I can be quite stuck in my ways sometimes, and I don't like how things are done. But I can't make somebody do something else. If I can allow them to, if I can listen to their side, if I can hear what they're saying, if I can see what they're wanting to do, then I'll go with things and I'll see if it'll work. And at the same time, we need to be able to change with the time. We've had a history that has really just thrown stuff in. And initially, when the votes came over, I don't think that the Maori did have a choice that they were coming in. And then obviously there's the treaty and everything, but even that has disconnect with different people in different areas. And at the same time, everybody does not support everybody. So I am not supported by a lot of people. There are a lot of people that don't support other councillors. But at the same time, we're here to support the wider district, the wider people. And I do support the fact that there are opportunities for Maori to be elected in the system it is, but it is challenging. So even having that other opportunity of STV versus FPP is a potential option, but I'm not saying it's the be all and end all. Words. Yeah. With the fact that we already have to have the need to connect with the local hakus regarding issues or things anyway, it would be sensible to have them closer to us to be able to, instead of having to go out to them, already have them here, being able to tell us where we need to go, how we need to work around things. Because instead of having to find out later on that we didn't follow the right process or we didn't go to the right people, that it needs to be able to, it'll speed up the process if we actually have it connected a lot better. And the other thing is, whilst I've not been elected onto, to go along to the meetings, I've been able to go along to some of the meetings, and I've done that for my interest. I've done that to hear the views and see the people and find out what's there, because I've got an interest in this, because I'm interested in trying to progress the world and see what we can do better. I also hear from the groups from Te Huinga saying that and it comes back to that support as well, that not everybody feels supported or is supported, but they have said that they are open to those people to come along to that. So whether they agree with that or not, it's a different story, but they also have the opportunity to come to council directly regardless. So we still are there in the best interests of everybody. And I think there was one more thing, but I can't remember it right now, so thank you.
Any further debate on the amendment or the original motion? Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's been years, and God knows how many hours have been spent on this. And I'm a new boy on the scene. I only came into this last November. What we are doing is groundbreaking. We need this participation. We need everybody working together. There is one thing that worries me, and it is a massive concern, and we should all be thinking the same thing. Whatever we do in here is not rubber stamping this. All it will take is 5% of the ratepayers out there to not like what we've done, or not like one little piece of it, and raise a petition. Then it will naturally go to public consultation. I don't have a problem with public consultation so long as I'm on the winning team. And that is my one fear, is that if this goes to public consultation, there's a couple of things in there that I'm worried about. And if this goes to public consultation, number 4 and number 5 on page 33 of your agendas, I think will be a thing that will come back to haunt us. So I think it's called a foreshadowed amendment. I'd like to move.
Yes, you can foreshadow an amendment should the amendment fail.
Would you like me to read that now or wait?
No, there's no requirement for that. The process is once the amendment is put, should it fail, or even if it's carried, you can still move an amendment.
I just want everyone to be absolutely wide awake and aware of the repercussions if this does get out into public consultation. Chances are that we will lose.
Councillor Reid. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Holtz.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's been an interesting debate, and it's great to have a debate in the chambers. I quite enjoy them. A lot of comments have been made about the process and all that, and I just want to remind the councillors and remind the public and remind everyone else who's probably watching this video that one thing you learn in council is follow a good process. A good process is then you build on what you've previously got and you keep building. and you stop at certain points to have a checkpoint, and you go again. That is the process. I was asked to lead this committee. I was elected chair of this working group by council. Our mayor could have instigated a standing committee under mayoral powers. She chose not to do that. She chose to go through a process. She asked me if I considered leading it. I was elected by council to do so. But what I did at a very stage was ask that we take a 6-month lead in time. I wanted to make sure that every councillor had the information in front of them, they had debating time, and the same with our Te Kara area partnership. We wanted everyone to be comfortable where they were. So I thought I'd just, for instance sake, I'd go back to find all the documents. These green coloured ones are public meetings. In this meeting, the 12th of February, this is our first get together with our local public. We went through it's all about married participation in local bodies, but at the end, in the mid-section, we got the Te Kara area agreement that they could agree to in 2012. Exactly the same one as today. So that's how long the Hapu group have been approaching council to get this moving. I was pleased to see that. I thought that is fantastic, that they didn't waver and come in on different mandates and different agreements. At the back there is actually got terms of reference. This is in February, a terms of reference. It's been spoken about and we didn't have a terms of reference. We actually started talking about it in February. And then we went on. Why I like to do you actually write some key components what you're trying to achieve. And you float the ideas. Then we had a whiteboard session. This is all in public meetings. This is all our comments. It's a great comments. Our scribes are pretty hard to read, but anyway, we've done the exercise. And then we actually have minutes on that meeting. We've confirmed our discussion on both sides. So this is a council briefing minutes, 12th of February. Then we kept going. So the idea of what we say, what we've been doing is have a meeting, go to the working party, put a bit of flesh on the bones, and then go to a meeting. So you have a briefing or a workshop, working party, meeting. Very successful. We said originally we had 6 months. Guess what? 6 months is up and we're here with term reference in front of us. Right through the COVID. I'm extremely proud of the work for the working party. I'm going to congratulate that working party because we had diverse views, also had some really new, innovative ideas. And I must say, our manager Dom, who was working with us, he had to work some extensive hours. Dom, congratulations, Dom. So, Deborah Armstrong, Mary Packety, Deborah Harding on the side, and Councillor Keeper and Councillor Reid next to me. It's fantastic work. So just following one, that's February. This blue one is presentation we do up on the screen of all the main points, the discussion points. These are all the points the council had in front of them. Then we actually had a closed one if we wanted to go a bit further. And then in March we had this is a meeting held in the work of our working party, so it's all minuted. Then we go to Te Kara area in June. We've got little supplementary to June. We go out and that's the continuation. At the meeting on June, we had the terms of reference. And then we had another briefing in council. Decision making, married participation in decision making. And then we kept going to July. Another Te Kara area meeting. We had an express. We challenged our Hapu partners to show us a way they elect and mandate their people to represent them on Te Kara area. That is something innovative that came out of the working party. We said, we want to have a transparent process that we can stand aside our elected members, how you elect your members. Congratulations to the Hapu Te Kara area members. They went through a mandated process. They had 3 huis, I think the 4th one got cancelled, the one got cancelled due to COVID. But they called for nomination and selected their new members on the Te Kara area. Never happened before like that, but it's them understanding the way they've got to deal with council. And I congratulate them for doing that work. So that is very, very new. Some of the new members on that committee are going to be challenged. And having a debate like this is not all bad, because opposing views are good, because you learn from that, and you've got to do better. But the appointment of the standing committee is very strong, because they are appointed every 3 years. They can be appointed by the mayor, as I mentioned before, or by council. If we do not produce the goods, it'll be considered seriously for next election, because that's how it's done. So, I'm following a bit of, took this as our last meeting. This is the latest report from the government. And it's about new direction for resource management in New Zealand. All the way through here is a quote, because we all know that government at the moment is involving Maori on a lot of different things. So we're positioning ourselves to be at the front end of that. We're positioning ourselves to be strong, up to date, so we don't play a catch-up game. Little quote. We recommend local authorities be obliged to initiate an integrated partnership process with mana whenua. And that's what this is all about. It's about building our relationship, giving them an opportunity. So I'm following the government legislation seriously, because way back here in the February document, part of our agenda was the key responsibilities under the Treaty of Waitangi. Which are, sorry, won't take time, but it's in there. The key responsibility. So we're following government legislation, we're following government trends, and we're following where the money is. Because the government is big on these private partnerships, they're big on co-governance options, they're big on the waterway reform, they're big on the environment. And that is exactly why we want to position this committee at the top, instead of playing the catch-up game. I want the very best for Northland. And the big challenge is we can be a leader or we can be a follower. I choose to be a leader. And there's a comment I was making halfway through the process. If change is to happen, we need to change. And I'm prepared, I'm really proud of our working party in the council's effort today. And particularly, I want to acknowledge once again the work of our Hapu partners in the Takata area. They've done an outstanding job to follow our process that we set out. And I can assure you, we could have had a lot of different options in front of you. So those working parties were vital to get this across the line. So thanks very much.
I think everybody has spoken, so I will put the amendment. And just to be clear, this is Councillor Poporo's amendment, which is in front of you. It has 4 points. I will call for a division on this. So those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand.
Councillors Cockerillo, Martin and Deeming.
Those against?
Councillors Connor, Peters, Holtz, Reid, Innes, Murphy, Go Lightly, Cutforth, Benny, Cooper and Her Worship the Mayor.
The amendment is lost. Oops. And Councillor Reid had foreshadowed that he would be moving a further amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Like I said, public consultation would probably tend to go against this, and we don't want that to happen. So, in order to proceed things, I presume would be the best word I could think.
Councillor Reid, you will need to tell me what you're moving, and then I'll get a second for your further amendment.
My amendment, Your Worship, is to adopt the Te Kurearea Strategic Partnership Committee terms of reference located at Attachment 3, including members. There's 4 and 5 of the key responsibilities being deleted.
The seconder for that amendment. So Deeming is seconded.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So we're just checking whether or not we can. I wondered that because everybody's spoken. unfortunately, because you seconded the prior amendment, you can't second this further amendment.
It's not because it's not, I haven't spoken.
No. Okay. So I'm needing a seconder for the amendment. So go lightly. Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, I hate wasting my time and I hate wasting other people's time. I kind of foresaw what was going to happen here this morning, which is probably why they call it a foreshadowed amendment. We don't want failure. There's been too much hard work in too many years, and I think we're better off to have 3/4 of a win than a loss. Public consultation will take more time, and as I've said, history shows that it goes against the intention that is first put forward. So with that, I'm hoping that by doing this, we may get a full consensus, and hopefully we will then avoid public consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillors, I will be voting against the amendment for the following reasons. Councillor Reid is talking about a poll. A poll can only be triggered for either a voting system or for Māori wards, not for a council committee. So I just want to reassure Councillor Reid that should we go through the proposal as today, there is no ability for the community to call for a poll, because it is it's not one of those electoral processes that is required. So just to be very clear about that. I also will be voting against the amendment for the following reasons. Number 4, establishment of working parties or steering groups. Neither of those groups or parties have any delegated authority. So the ability for Te Kāriaria Standing Committee to set up a working party or a steering group is simply that. Much as you've seen the work of the working party that has been bringing the work to us for a final decision. So I need to be very clear about the delegation and responsibilities for a working party or a steering group. There is no delegated authority to those. The second part, number 5, nominating hapu representatives to any council committee, joint committee or working group, noting that nominations must then be appointed by full council. There are clearly ways that if it came forward and the council chose not to accept those nominations, we've got that point. We also have obviously the ability to accept nominations, and we have had a time. I see you, Councillor Cooper. Let me finish. We have had in the first term of council, when I was mayor, we had a representative to the Environment Committee. Was the Environment Committee? Planning Committee. It seems so long ago. And you know, we learned a lot through that process. We didn't get it through in the second term that I was mayor, and this time we are looking for we're desperately looking for ways to build on the relationship that we currently have. Is a very, very good way of doing it, including having those responsibilities under delegated authority. So I will not be voting for it. I'm sorry, Councillor Reid, you have spoken, so you can't speak again. Do you have a question?
In light of that information, Your Worship, I'd like to withdraw the amendment if it's possible.
So, Councillor Reid, to withdraw your amendment, it requires your consent and your seconder's consent and the consent of the council. So I'm not getting any vehement opposing to the ability to withdraw the amendment. Thank you for that. And I do appreciate your efforts. Councillors, I will take my right of reply. I thank you all for the input that you have given into this important decision. I thank you for the respect that you've shown each other in hearing the differing points of view. I truly believe that this has been a good debate. Councillor Hulse has pointed out the process that we have been through, and there was concern about a significant change in process. I think it's been clear that this is a continuation of a process. We have addressed the significance and engagement in our agenda, and we did note that it would trigger one criteria of our engagement policy, but none of the other criteria were triggered, and as such, it didn't trigger the requirement for going out for public consultation. Māori wards, it is definitely contained within the terms of reference that under the direction portion of it, that recommendations on Māori representation will come from the committee. Again, any decisions will be made by council, but recommendations will come from this standing committee. I've covered off the point about the working party steering groups having no delegated authority. And also, I just wanted to be to reiterate that people listening to this debate will have noted the points of contention that we have had around the debate today. I know that they will probably form part of the first meeting of the standing committee to address some of these issues because they are important to us all. I also go back to the purpose of the committee and the 3 bullet points that are on the bottom of page 31. Identifying the cultural, economic, environmental and social issues and decisions of council that are significant for Māori in the Whangarei District. Ensuring council complies with statutory provisions that refer to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, including providing oversight of key processes and controls. And finally, to agree mutual strategic priorities. That's the purpose of this committee. And I think that it is really clear that it's time for this decision. I will put it to the vote and I will call for a division. Those in favour, please raise your hand.
Councillors Connor, Peters, Hoss, Reid, Innes, Murphy, Go Lightly, Benny, Cooper and Good Worship the Mayor.
Those against?
Councillors Cockerillo, Martin, Cutforth and Deeming.
That is carried. Sorry for my emotion. That's a moment. We now need to move item 4 to elect Councillor Phil Holmes as the chair of the Waitangi Party Area Strategic Partnerships Committee in accordance with sections 5.4 and 5.6 of standing orders, and I've got multiple seconders. Councillor Peters is seconding. Councillors, just before this, under the Local Government Act, we are required, if necessary, to hold an election. Can I get a sense if there are any other councillors who, if you would like to nominate anybody else to the position? So we don't need to have an election, and I'm quite happy to move that. And it's been seconded by Councillor Peters. I'm sure that there's a debate, so I will put that motion. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Those against? Carried. Congratulations, Councillor Wilson.
Can you approve my abstention?
And Councillor Cutton also abstained from that vote. Thank you. Councillors, there's another reason why I'm a bit emotional. I have to bring sad news to you that former Mayor Craig Brown has died. And I'm really sorry to be the bearer of those news, but can we please stand and acknowledge Mayor Brown? Moi moi rā, e te rangatira. Councillors, I would like to adjourn for a break for 15 minutes. So can we please be back in our seats at 10:40.
members' panel.
Are you coming out to
I've got to go to two parking.
Thank you, councillors. It has gone 10:40, so I will begin reconvening our meeting. We are up to item 6.2, the Joint Climate Change Adaptation Committee. The recommendations are on page 38 of our agenda. Thank you, Bernadette and Tracy and Tony, and it's a cast of thousands in support. Councillors, we have the recommendations on page 38. We'll move for the recommendations. Councillor Peters is moving, and seconded Councillor Collins. Councillor Peters.
This is a really important moment where we are collaborating on one of the most important issues that our area is going to face in the next 50 years. And I really endorse the Councillor Murphy's position in doing this. I think that she has had the experience and also the passion to support the climate action that is necessary. And I also really support that within the strategy there is both climate adaptation strategies and climate mitigation strategies. So both of those things are important to our council and to our area. And working together with the NRC, I think, will bear fruit.
Councillor Peters.
Just a quick question. Going down page 43, under point 2 for considerations, to the fourth paragraph saying great potential for inconsistent approaches to climate change adaptation. Is that meant to be consistent changes?
Yes. There is the advantage of greater, yes, it's hardly an advantage of the
well, I just thought I'd...
Any further discussion? Councillor Murphy.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'll speak since you've been kind enough to nominate me. So I think that it's very important to have, governance as part of this group. The group's been working, as it states on the agenda, since mid-2018. And so, staff have come with briefings and updates to council to let us know what work is being done. So that's fantastic. But I think, like Councillor Hobbs has said before, it's very important to have governance at the table as well. So I think the agenda item is quite self-explanatory. We understand that climate change is posing a serious risk, especially in Auckland, because we've got an extensive coastline and lots of our communities live on the coast. And so I think to collaborate with the other councils and keep moving this work forward is very, it's critical. And Councillor Peters is right, it is something that I'm passionate about. And I really hope I can do this work justice.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Any further discussion? Councillor Hobbs.
I'd like to move an amendment, if I could, please, and then I'll need some help. Because number 1, it says we agrees to the establishment of a joint climate change thing, but they haven't got a word NRC or regional council. Who are we actually making the joint committee with? But that should be the resolution.
So just the councils? So the 4 councils of the region? Is that correct?
The 4 councils of the region, including tenants of female representation.
Including, sorry,
tenants of female representation.
Which is covered in point 4. So
the 4 northern councils, could that be included in
that's a very good point, Councillor Hobbs. So joint council climate change adaptation committee between Whangarei District Council, Northland, Far North District Council, Kaipara District Council and NRC, Northland Regional Council, as provided for.
If the move is happy with that, I can withdraw my...
Peters and Connaught, councillors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy to include that. Could I also ask permission that in 4 we remove the if established, because it has been established?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Good point. Any further discussion? I would like to endorse the motion and also just to note that it is a committee and the terms of reference have been quite clear. It's developing the regional collaborative approach to climate change adaptation planning for local government in Northland. So recommendations, I would imagine, from that committee will come back to our council for decision making. The committee itself, I can't imagine is going to have any delegated authority as such, but it is a really important aspect of our work looking into the future, because as been pointed out, climate change is a major threat to us in the decades ahead, and it is a very important part of our work as a local authority to ensure that we are addressing both adaptation and mitigation measures. And if we can do that collaboratively around our region, then we get a really big benefit. I guess one of the, I saw when Councillor Peters mentioned the passion of Councillor Murphy, that there might be a small concern that she'll take it too far. So you have a weight of responsibility, Councillor Murphy, to represent our district on that committee, bring your expertise and knowledge to it. Councillor Cooper.
Am I still allowed to speak to this?
Yes.
Thank you. I support the motion wholeheartedly, but I would take the opportunity to address those members of that committee that are here. I see some of them are. On behalf of the people who live and make their living in the rural area out of primary production, it is except that, like no other industry, the primary producers buy into the need to protect the environment. And I guess when I look at the makeup of the committee, I have some concerns, as the Worship alluded to, that there is a potential perhaps for it to perhaps swing a little way. I say that with respect to all the committee members. And please could you bear in mind the fact that people make their living, feed their families and employ other people and put money into the local community, including this town, and take them with you on your journey. Thank you.
Any further discussion? So Peters, did you want your right to comply?
No, I think that's fine.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour, aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item 6.3, appointment to the Whangarei District Council Whangarei Liaison Working Group. Councillor Denning is moving. And Councillor Martin is seconded. With your permission, can you overdo Councillor Woods? We can sort of take that assuming that this is
If there was another Councillor Cocker around there, I'd be impressed.
I would also like to acknowledge Joe Caruso from the Northern Regional Council, who's in our gallery today. Should we need to have any further questions for Vince? And thank you, Joe, for preparing the papers. So we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Denning.
No, I have nothing, question. Have our faith in Councillor Whangarei to carry our views forward.
Just a question or point or something, I'm not sure which. I think I'm also the rep on the Whangarei Harbour Catchment Committee, and I'm not sure if it's a formal representation of was, so I just thought that maybe needed to be noted. But hopefully it would be really good to actually work in with Councillor Cocker, because that's a sort of broader role, I guess.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Yes, you were appointed or reappointed to that role when we were doing our appointments to outside committees. I believe my understanding is that this one hadn't been sort of activated, and now that it has been leading a...
Yeah, no, I'm happy with the council.
Councillor Murphy?
Thank you. I support the recommendation. I just had a question in the terms of reference, because the way we develop our district with regards to housing, driveways, car parks. I'm just wondering, so at number 3 it's got facilitate communications with the NRC about plans to reduce flood risk. And I'm just wondering if part of their work is actually working with like a district plan team to look at how we can ensure that our developments are done in a way that they reduce, reduce the impact and exacerbating the flood risk within, especially the CBD.
I think we'll have Councillor Coppera note that and perhaps raise that at the meeting with communications.
Sure.
And perhaps it will be a part of their work programme. Councillor Holmes.
Worship under page 52 to 52, the reference for this group. What I'd like to, it's got down the composition of the group, and right at the end said any other person in the Northern Region Council may from time to time appointed to the working party. Could I suggest they ask someone from the Whangarei Harbour Marina Management Trust to be a part of that? Because whatever comes down the harbour ends up, any debris runs into yachts and that, and they've just got to conserve. But they also do all the dredging. So I think they're a vital part of the liaison issues.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. Those in favour, aye. Those against? Carried. Item 6.4, page 54, consultation on the draft Whangarei District Growth Strategy. Councillor Ellis has got his pen high. Councillor Ellis is moving. Councillor Ellis is very keen to move, and Councillor Murphy is seconding the recommendations behind the motion. So, Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to acknowledge the document that's been produced. Tony, very easily understood and clear and concise. I think what we see is really when we start looking at the future and really looking towards our district growth strategy, we are involved with change. And change is very much there at the moment. COVID-19, government is changing policy consistently in relation to this area, and what we've seen, national policy statement in terms of urban development that ensures that we are planning for the capacity. I think as a council, as I mentioned on an earlier item, we have tend to lead in this area. We've really initially looked at the 30-50 strategy, and here we are now going back out to the community. Been out there once, I know, and not wanting to be parochial at all, but I have faced some fairly intense meetings in the Whangarei Heads Ward with over 100 turning up to those meetings in terms of growth. And I'm pleased to see that within this documentation that we accept growth. We have to accept growth. It's how we go about it. And I'm pleased to see that we look towards preserving the natural character of our environment. It's not at any cost. And I think what we're tending to do is really drive a line that actually we get the best of growth, but we also retain the best of what we have as a district through that. So, yeah, it's with pleasure that I'm able to move this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Innes. Councillor, is any debate? Councillor Coppera.
Through you, Madam Chair. I've seen several errors within the document, including things like not showing statewide 15 on there. Will that be corrected?
I think it's part of the resolution is that we authorise our Chief Executive to make any necessary. So, yep, if you, I encourage any councillors if you found errors like that to inform the Chief Executive.
Through you, Madam Chair, look, I appreciate that, and I'm quite conscious that through the whole of this document, I've made very clear that there are errors in here, and none of those changes have been made. I'm quite conscious that I've highlighted that our growth is actually not the growth that's actually been showing in here, where the growth is actually saying that we're going to be hitting 138,000 by 2048, when in fact it's more predicted to be actually more like 196,000. I've gone through and I've highlighted in detail several areas where there was no statistical evidence, and we're relying on things. For example, the documents turning around and saying that our unemployment rate is around about 6%, when in fact it's actually up to around 12 at the moment. You know, I'm just quite conscious that putting out a document like this, inaccurate information, that it's actually creating an unrealistic expectation of what our district's actually doing. We're growing faster than any other area, and it's because people are leaving places like Auckland to come now. And our document doesn't really highlight the amount of growth we are truly having. When we have we've had councillors here who highlight the amount of shortage of houses. You know, the document says that we're only going to have a certain amount of houses, when I've shown that we need to have additional 46,000 houses by 2048. Just to keep up with the demand. And when we're creating systems which are not enabling and keeping that growth going. So I've got real concerns with the document. But again, there's no surprise to councillors, because I've made that whole point the whole way along, and I've highlighted where the areas and where my concerns are. And not one at a time have those concerns actually been alleviated to me. So while I appreciate the work that's gone on, I cannot support it.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd just like to say I did notice one particular change that was added to it, expansion of the solid waste information area, because I do remember that it was only about 2 paragraphs prior, and now it's expanded to about 5 or 4. This little typo in there of exploring at both ends of the sentence, but that's a here and there. With this, I just want to bring it back to our briefing from yesterday, where we explored our priorities with the councillors. That this particular thing, this sustainability future for the Whangarei District Growth Strategy, is completely exactly my point of sustainability is everything, and it's not just waste minimization. Sustainability is everything. So, and the fact that it also goes into the inside of the paragraph with solid waste says, we will strongly advocate for the facility and outline the importance of the facility will have on our future, which is the potential of a composting facility. Where we go with that or not, we need to make sure we're addressing these other things. So it needs to be highlighted in that. So the fact that it says we need to address it with the expansion of more people in the area, we'll have more waste. We need to deal with those things as we go. Minor things is like, why do people, this is on page 17 of the things, are why Whangarei is a hotspot for growth. I'm a stickler for absolutes. Our quality and pristine natural environment with world-class beaches, nowhere in this world is ever going to be pristine again. We can work towards it. It can be beautiful. We can work towards it, but it will never be pristine again, with the fact that everything is, you can walk about 2 meters and you'll find a piece of plastic somewhere. It's never going to be pristine. So I object to that word being in there. Beautiful, absolutely. The beauty can come in many shapes or forms, but I don't think that's an appropriate point. It's a minor one, but yeah. And then going down to page 56 as well. Although under the challenges and opportunities for the port and things, it's got the environmental impact on our harbour and marine environments. Now it's got an anchor with a couple of leaves. Probably would have been more appropriate to have a whale tail as opposed to that, because it is rather than a tree. So just a few little things. But I support the fact that this is looking at our wider area of growth, of sustainability of everything, because that's what we need to do. Because if we're not sustainable in housing, in growth, in roading, in everything, we are going to burn ourselves out. We've already reached the point we've already passed the point of the amount of resources that Earth can produce in a year. It's already gone past that. We need to look at what we are doing with our areas, our environment, our rubbish, the sustainability of everything. And because sustainability is a kind of a key word that people obviously quite often put into environment, it gets missed in the other areas. So we need to make sure we are keeping that in mind, that it is everything. It is ensuring we can continue. It's making sure you have enough food to get you to the end of the day. That's sustaining yourself. And how much money you make to make sure you can get to the end of the week, to make sure it ends meet. But that's, but I'm pleased to see that this is actually happening, that we are looking to make sure we are trying to be as sustainable as possible. Estimations are always going to be impossible to accurately predict. Nobody could have predicted COVID happening. We had that thrown at us, and we've had to deal with that as it goes. And obviously, with more people moving to other operations, so instead of having to live in Auckland, they can live in the wider districts and attend via visual. Yes, we will probably have a rise in more people living in the area, and we do need to address that too. But at the same time, it's good to have a lofty goal that we can work towards and make sure we have at least guidance towards it rather than ignorance.
Yeah, I think it's a good document, and particularly the most important part for me, like I think we've identified all the strategic drivers, we've got those, we've captured those. When you turn right to the back, the very last page, page 99, that is the most important part of the whole plan to me, because it's the action plan. And when we look, like Council has produced many fantastic plans, which are wonderful, but as Councillor Connop said, with our long-term plan, we have to make sure that we've got the funding in our long-term plan to actually action, these things that we have identified as being really important. So it's quite good because when you have a look at the top 15 that we've identified so far in our LTP stuff, you see in the action plan that they do tie together. So we've got stuff there that ranked very highly, things like transport, obviously, the blue-green network strategy, the climate change work. So that's really good to see those tying together. And that is a challenge, as a governor, is to kind of have your head around all of these different things at the same time. And it probably would have been useful for us to actually, before we did our prioritisation activity, to pull out, our growth strategy and actually just have another look at that action plan and make sure that at the very high level, that we were capturing at a very high level the funding, and I know it's only a draft, the long-term plan that we're shaping at the moment, it's only a draft, but for me it's important that they correlate. So yes, I think I think it's great that, and it's a good approach. There is a small number of strategic actions which will be reviewed every year. We do not want to set out a long list of actions which is difficult to deliver. Instead, we'll focus on a smaller number which we can make real progress on. So for me, that is great. Thank you very much to staff and council for all the work on this so far.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Cutler.
Thank you, Worship. Sort of mirroring Councillor Murphy, I turned to that page too, though I turned to 98. But particularly, I just wanted to thank the staff for the work they've done. I think they've done extremely great work. And also whoever did the layout, the way the whole document is presented makes it very sort of accessible to the general public, which is really what we want in terms of the consultation. And I'm really pleased to see that the different approaches we take into consultation, and including the 5-week consultation. I'm heartened by that, and I'm hoping next year maybe we'll add another week, but we'll get there in the end. But a really good multifaceted consultation approach. But the thing what I was looking for when I asked Whakabaro Councillor Golightly's copy was the review period, taking on board Councillor Cockerilla's point about growth and how difficult it is to be scientific about these things. And I just see that there is a very clear sort of reporting and sort of checking in process there in terms of a 12-monthly report to the planning committee and also then a 3-yearly review. So I think that does give some comfort to some of the comments that Councillor Cockerill was raising around the potential for huge growth. And yeah, no, I just think it's a really nice document, and I also do echo Councillor Murphy's comments in terms of looking at our strategic priorities when we do our LTE process. One of the things that's great about this document, I think, is that it actually steps through in a practical way the things that we can do, and it manages to incorporate things like from the blue-green strategy, which were very aspirational in a sort of up in the clouds way, quite difficult to grab, and this document manages to take some of those things and actually turn them into achievable sort of outcomes. So yeah, I do hope that we take some of the things in this into account when we are looking at our long-term plan priorities.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Hobbs?
Your Worship, once again, I don't like seeing things that councillors have not agreed to. In this strategy, there's a couple of references back, I keep bringing up, I said, why do we continually see things in the report where we have workshops, we have discussion, and we don't get buy-in from a lot of councillors? And I refer to page 48, section 2, where it says, intersection upgrades, Robert Street, Walton Street. And a number of councillors have been bringing this up all the time. It was our highest crash sites in the city. We put a medium strip into it, and we haven't had a crash since. In 14 years, we haven't had a reported crash. And then I read some evidence or some reports the other day to say they wanted to list this project because it's the highest crash site in town. That is in the council agenda. And now, the intention is to put a set of traffic lights there under delegated authority, because it'll be signed off and we won't see it again. We won't be able, because we passed this in Scotland, didn't he? And our CEO will say, well, it's in front of you, you didn't do anything about it. The other thing was, probably two or 3 years ago, we asked staff to come back with a parking strategy, and at that time they came back and informed council that they could probably find 65 to 70 car parks in the lower Caruth and lower Robert Street and Caruth Street, and through that neck to 6th Street over from Walton Street. If we give up this opportunity to put traffic lights, they're going to widen the road and put a cycleway and whatever down there. We lose 65 car parks, and to put a car park in the CD costs us at least $20,000 a car park. That's $1.3 million we lose. That's the investment we lose. And how many times do we have to bring that up? And that is a true, go back through your records, I've done my homework on this. Repeatedly, we had a parking strategy held off, that didn't come back to council. But the staff were telling us we could find those 65 car parks. And now we've got a continual push that someone else knows better. Well, I'm challenging that, because the evidence to improve that for a safety reason does not stack up. Show me that report about these crashes that elevated us up to a high risk intersection. It is listed as a high risk intersection. We haven't had a crash yet. And council, in a council agenda, had it as a high risk intersection. Prove it. And that's how do we get these changes?
Thank you, Councillor Hobbs. I'll remind you that we've signed off the Complete Streets Master Plan, and that is a council decision, and that's included in the Councillor Martin.
Yeah, I just have to address that. The staff have spent an awful lot of time on this, and I was part of the group who put a temporary fix in at the Robert and Walton Street intersection, and it did stop the accidents. But I've spent some time down there having a look at pedestrians trying to get across there, and it is a dangerous place to get across. And once the Hunter Bus opens, it will be vastly worse. So therefore we were going to need to put some lights in there, even if they're only for pedestrian crossings. So the intersection needs to be fixed up completely so that the traffic can flow through there as it used to. And that's why the staff it's just a combination. So if we take out the temporary islands, then no one can get across safely. So the whole picture, I believe that it does trigger the safety issue for pedestrians and cyclists and everybody else. It's not just about having the safety at the moment, because we need permanent fix there and it needs to be done properly. So I think the staff have been through it and done it properly. And if anyone's got any doubts, go and stand down there at a busy time and watch people trying to get across there.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
I just love seeing it all in one place like this, and I really want to endorse the way in which you put it together, not looking at the small detail, just looking at overall. I can open it, I can get the answer to some of the questions that I had about climate change, the questions that I have about housing, and these details can change. You know, we can actually, once you've got this framework this way, we can, you know, look at, find out more information about one or other of the measures, and slot it in. I like its readability, and yeah, you've put in a map about flooding, which can change according to what we find out this summer or next winter. But you know, yeah, I really like that. So well done, yeah. And it's a cool tool, and I think this is a tool that can be that we can use, because we need to think high level. We need to actually be able to look at high level, and this is a high level document. Thank you.
Councillor Peters.
Just another little point on here. Page 7 of the Maori Partnership, that will be changed because it's now been adopted?
There will be changes as a result of that question. Councillors, I'll be supporting the motion. This is going out for public consultation. I think I agree that we're identifying the strategic drivers, looking at sustained growth and development, a successful economy, housing needs, changing climate and natural hazards, resilient infrastructure, transport choice, natural environment, port and marine industry, and community resilience. They are, nothing's missing. Thanks to the team for bringing those and then addressing each of those through, including the action plan. I think one of the things that you may consider is to actually put in your information sources where there are statistics. It probably does need to be acknowledged where that information has come from. That way we can look at the evidence that's presented and look at updated information. For those of you who've been around a long time, this Sustainable Futures 3050 document and the implementation plan of those, and I remember the quite innovative formatting of going to the landscape format. It's still sitting in my shelf, and I actually do refer to it because it was a really important document and an important process. This, of course, is the updated version thereof, and I agree with everybody who's saying it is an easy to access, easy to read document covering off all of the things that we need to address through our growth. It is a strategy, it's going out to the public, and we look forward to their input into the future. I think that's all I want to say.
Sorry, I should have spoken earlier. You mentioned those, the consultation we had with the public. We had a Jersey cow on the front of all our consultations because I was the chair at the time. The point that I actually wanted to make was on page 100, rural economy. Support the sustainability of our economy through the mapping and protection of our productive rural land. Please, will you also consider that there has to actually be income made from the productive land, because while we're protecting the land, every single farming journal that I open has more restrictions on rural land. And quite honestly, the restrictions that have come out from the government recently, I might as well plant native trees all over my land, because we actually, if we have to fence off every creek that's this wide, I have no land left. And I think that would be quite a dominant feature of most Northland farms.
Yeah.
So, please consider the fact that if you want to protect it for production, allow the production to happen.
Good point.
Thank you, Sharon. Any further debate? Councillor Ellis, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just concentrate on a higher level. In terms of the strategy, I know intersections are important, and that's been raised, but I think one of the outcomes that we're really seeking is to ensure that when we're actually undertaking our planning, that we ensure that we have regulation and infrastructure well coordinated. I feel in terms of the urban and rural plan changes, which in themselves have been a long road to get in place, has actually provided us with the capacity that we require for our growth. And picking up on Councillor Coccarello's comments, this is a document, but it does set out a strategy, and that strategy requires us to have a very strong monitoring program on what is happening. And we can see with COVID-19, there is a changing environment. We're still getting the growth that we thought we might lose, but there's still growth there. Unemployment, of course, is an issue for us. So I think having that requirement in as part of our normal way of going about business is understanding exactly what's happening and making decisions, and those coming through to the council chamber. I don't think on just every 6 months or every year, but it'll be something that will be reported through on the operational reports in terms of planning and development and infrastructure. So, and I just finally pick up really on Councillor Murphy's comments. It all comes down now to placemaking, and that's here and now. And here we are going through the long-term planning process, raising expectations again in the community, as we have done with our active recreation and sports strategy. It's one where we are putting those pieces together, and they are infrastructure, they are regulation, they are community involvement, and more importantly, there's the investment of government departments within our communities as well. So I feel really comfortable in the approach that's been taken, and I look forward to the conversation or consultation and the ongoing implementation of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ennis. I'll put that motion. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Against?
Yes.
Councillor Coccarello, did you wish to vote against this report? Carried. Item 6.5, dangerous, affected and insanitary buildings policy review. There's a two-step process to this, councillors. We need to deliberate, so we'll need a move for items 1, 2 and 3. Councillor Deeman and Councillor Coccarello is seconding. So this is clearly to receive the written submission, the one that we received, and note that they didn't wish to be heard at our formal meeting, but we now will deliberate on the matters raised in the submission. So now is our chance to do exactly that. That's legal.
Okay, well, there doesn't seem to be much deliberation to be done. I think the staff comment that it's outside the policy that we're discussing pretty much covers it. From my point of view. I mean, it's been discussed by the staff and been noted that the comments that have been made here, as I understand it. Could I ask Paul might have a comment?
Thank you. Yes. Any comments, Paul?
Yes, through the chair, the dangerous, affected and sanitary buildings policy, one of the key purposes and principles of that was to align with the Building Act and the requirements in the Building Act, and go through the SCP process, the consultative process, and quite clearly in legislation, earthquake prone has been removed from the dangerous, affected and sanitary buildings requirement, and earthquake prone is dealt through the Building Act in itself, through a whole lot of regulation there. So you are correct, it's not part of this.
In light of that, if there are no other, can I move that council? Should we do that? I don't. I'll put those first three motions to the vote. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Against, carried. Now I will move that council note the submission and that it is outside the scope of the policy, and request staff inform the submitter of the proposed workshop on EQP, earthquake prone buildings. That puts it back into the place where it should do. Do I have a second to that? Councillor Anderson seconding. I'll put that vote. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Against, carried. And now I need a mover for items 4 and 5, which will actually become 5 and 6 probably. Do I have a move for those items? Oh, thank you, Councillor Cutforth, and Councillor Dean is willingly seconding. Any discussion? I will put that vote to the vote. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you, councillors. And I suspect Councillor Dean is sending his apologies. I know he was in. He's getting paid.
I just would like to say well done to these two staff for dealing with the building consent process.
Nice. Did you get that? Councillor Cockerillo was acknowledging everything you've done in this area and thanking you for that.
And communicating with the public.
Item 6.6, the Whangarei lease of local purpose fire station reserve to Fire and Emergency New Zealand. There's a recommendation on page 696. And I'm looking at
And I was debating whether I moved it or not, because it's first I saw it was in the agenda, and I was just hoping that the local fire was aware of it, but I will move it because somebody's got it.
So did you want to come forward and just speak if there are any questions to this? Councillor Deeming is wildly enthusiastic about moving this recommendation. Oh, it took us so much hard work to get that second and build that. Councillor Cockerillo has seconded. Thank you, Sue and Sandra. So perhaps Sue, you could give us a little bit of background just to ensure we're clear.
I may ask the general manager to give a brief background here.
So through the chair, about 18 months ago we transferred, when responsibility for rural fire services moved from council to Fire and Emergency New Zealand, lots of the resources that delivered that service were transferred. This is a kind of leftover thing. So it's about putting a lease in place to enable Fire and Emergency New Zealand to have that continuity. They're looking after building now. So.
Any discussion? Councillor Murphy?
Thanks. I was just wondering if in Whangarei or further north, are there any community fire stations that are on council-owned land in the Whangarei Coastal Ward? Just out of interest, I could ask you after the meeting.
I don't believe it was. That's what's not in this report.
This is the only one that was on council. Right. Okay. Well, cool. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I do recall the time when the responsibilities for rural fire transitioned through to council, and then Fire and Emergency New Zealand have picked them up. So I anticipate the support from Fire and Emergency New Zealand to the Whangarei volunteer force will be strengthened as a result. And this is just a formality of ensuring that we've got the legal processes to lease the land. And it's, to be honest, it's the purpose of the reserve is for fire stations, so it would be most unusual for us not to enter into this lease. So any further discussion? I'll put that motion. Those in favour, aye. Against? Carried. Item 6.7, the speed limit bylaw, Waipu South and Beaches.
I'll move that, Your Honour,
Councillor Becker is moving, and Councillor Macarillo is seconding. Just noting that this is a proposal to go out to consultation for these through, you'll note in the next agenda item, it's the beginning of the process that we've already about to finish. The next item can I drift process. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the staff on the work that they've done, and I have, confidence that this is worth, happy to go out, knowing that we're not going to be able to please everybody in this instance. However, it needs to happen, so let's get on with it. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper. You see the board? Yeah, pretty much. Any further discussion? If not, I will put that vote. Those in favour, aye. Against? Carried. Item 6.8, the speed limit bylaw, speed limit consultation. Now, I would like to move a slightly amended recommendation. I'm going to move everything that's there, but in one, I want to add the words except to Toiloa Road, which will be 20 kilometres per hour, and all the rest the same. Do I have a second for that? Councillor Newby is seconding. Councillors, you'll note in the speed limits that we're about to confirm, this has been through the process that we've just started for the other areas. There's been all of the public feedback through consultation and assessment of all of the safety of the roads, very detailed, and I want to pay tribute to all the work that's been done for the information that we've got, and Nick is very generously saying it's all Sean's work, nice work, Sean. But just for me, on page 205 of our agenda, it addresses the Toiloa Road speed limit. It currently has no speed limit. It is a shared road, shared with walkers, cyclists, horses, and vehicles. It's not, for me, I don't think it's a road that needs to have any speed higher than 20, and 20 is a bit too high to get up to. It's a winding path up through the bush. It's important we made the decision to keep it open to vehicles. Now that we have, it does need a speed limit, and I think 20 is appropriate. And all the rest I supported, including Vinegar Hill Road, which the chief executive is not here. However, we all live in our district with various impacts. Noting also that through the recommendations that the new limits actually can't be brought into force until we have got all of those 304 new signs. And hopefully that's not a really long process, but it just fits in business as usual to ensure that we're not incurring significant increased cost. There is a cost, obviously, to implementing the change to the speed limits around our district. But yeah, just again, we've had a lot of information to consider in this recommendation, and the process I endorse, and hopefully we'll get it through today and start the money. Councillor Denny.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm very badly prepared with this one, so I'll have to ask these gentlemen. Cove Road in Waipu. Somewhere I saw that and I can't find it now, that the speed limit was going to remain at 100. Was that right? Or have I missed something?
Through your worship, that's in our next tranche, the one we just approved a couple of months ago to move in towards the statement proposal. In the first tranche, which we're talking about now, we focused on the urban component.
Yeah.
And the reason for that was we wanted to ensure that all the Cove Road, including within Kaipara, was done as a continuous one package. So our second tranche, Southern Waipu area, is happening at the same time as the Kaipara component.
So can I ask from where the Cove Road decision sort of starts? I mean, Cove Road goes from...
Can I help with that? If you look at page 129.
Page 128. Find what I was talking about.
Yeah, because of the two comparative.
Yeah, exactly, and people are constantly ringing about they want the speed limit reduced, and I'm not sure whether they've still got the opportunity for submitting or whether the decision is taken.
So through your worship, the recommendations report which you're talking about and discussing at the moment, that deals with a very short part of Cove Road out to so it actually reduces the speed limit on that, and then what we've proposed or what I propose is a reduction of speed limit along the rest of Cove Road. So it does get split into two, but there is actually a logical definition of where the first one starts and the second one goes through.
Thank you. So through you, Your Worship, so you're proposing a reduction of speed from that bridge on?
That is correct.
Is that correct? And that would be to 80?
Yes, that would be correct.
Thank you. Because we have a meeting next Wednesday night at Waipu and we're going to be fielding this, and I just really want to be sure we've got the right information so that people will have the opportunity to submit on that proposal.
Absolutely.
Cool.
And through your worship, if you have a meeting coming up in a few days' time, now that you've accepted the statement proposal, I'm happy to provide you that for that meeting.
Thank you.
On the provision that they understand that the submissions don't open until 29th of October to give us options.
Ken and I would, Councillor Cooper and I would both appreciate that information, because you get hit with all the questions and then can't quite remember what the correct information was. I hate to get it wrong.
And I think that table on 129 is really good if you look through
the
variable speeds through
there. That was what I was looking at.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So back to item 6.8. And I'll just, councillors, I will note that Councillor Benny has apologised for the rest of the meeting. It's getting some treatment from his back. So, back to the speed limit consultation process, which is around confirming our new speed limits. Councillor Whangarei.
Thank you, Worship. I raised this during previous meetings. I do have a concern that we're lowering some speeds and then not being able to do work on those roads when the work on the road was requiring a higher speed to be done in the calculations. So I'm just conscious that even though the work, how do I explain this? Even though the work that's been proposed is great in relation to lowering the speed, I'm conscious that our roads are going to deteriorate to a point where we're going to be focusing on speed rather than repair and upgrade. And that's one thing I've raised previously, and I do raise again, that I believe our roads should be raised to a level that are actually drivable on both sides and to the correct speed.
Thank you, Councillor Whangarei. That's noted. Councillor Hobbs.
I'm actually a bit intrigued with only a technical question, but on page 292, it's got there are 5 definitions of a curve. There's a straight curve, which I don't understand, a curved curve, a winding curve, a tortuous curve. I was like, what is the terminology?
Through your worship, those definitions are national definitions that we get off the system of defining what a road is. So the term using curve for straight, it's really saying what the geometry of that road is. So is it tortuous to drive around, so it's very, very windy, through to is it a straight line road?
Yeah, well, the last one on that 293, Pro Road, the dead straight road, no curves on it. Yovis Road is one left-hand, right-hand corner. So it's hard. But anyway, I've got the terminology, but I would agree with it. If you drive up that windy part of Prescott Road, it's definitely a tortuous ride. No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Any further, Councillor Connor?
I just wanted to say as well, with obviously there's a lot of people that do disagree with changing speed limits, and obviously there's a few people that have kind of that want the things to be upgraded as well. But at the same time, if we're driving slower, it's not going to have as great an impact on the road that we are driving as well. So it won't take the damage and won't sustain it as heavily as somebody going a lot faster. So the roads will last a lot longer. But also, short of having millions of dollars to upgrade all of them to a very high standard, ensuring that we are looking after them in the meantime and making sure safety is there for those who live on the roads and walk the roads. It's paramount to ensure that we can do a fix now to ensure that it happens and so that we can, and hoping that when we do go to upgrade or repair, that we are looking at growth, that, as Umbrella has said, that we are upgrading the maintenance and the standards of these roads, just to make sure that when we do have large amounts of people going out to the beach, that we can accommodate those people getting out there safely, but also taking it down a couple of kilometres doesn't impact, with the reports that showing it's about a few, within a couple of minutes, if anything, which is not actually a lot. But yeah, it's good to see that we're looking after people's safety and making sure we are listening to those that are submitting.
Councillor Connor? Councillor Innes?
Thank you, Your Worship. A comment really was that these were the roads of the first tranche, and in that it was giving us a good understanding of the implementation of the requirements that we have. And I've been referring this through to the Whangarei Heads resident ratepayers groups, and I can rest assured that there's plenty of consultation involved in this exercise, which the Whangarei Heads community is looking forward to. So, thank you.
Councillor Innes? Any further discussion?
Thank you. I'll just make a comment, and I feel, because the camera is going, that because Te Toiroa has come up in conversation, I just want to speak to it and acknowledge that, so for the community, it was an existing paper road, and there was shared use. It was in pretty poor state of repair, and the community got some funding to upgrade it as a cycleway. So the road has been upgraded. It's now much easier to drive in a vehicle. Before you could really only drive it in a four-wheel drive, and now even me in my little electric car, I can easily drive it, although very slowly and carefully, of course, because it's very windy and there's a big cliff off to the side, and you might encounter someone with a dog or someone on a horse. So I just want to acknowledge, I think at the moment it's working, the shared use is working really well. There are issues, members of the community do raise issues, particularly neighbours who have live adjacent to that area, so I acknowledge that, that there are issues, but I believe that at this time the shared path is working well for all users, and I think that 20 kilometres is a safe and appropriate speed to set on that for vehicles as well as cyclists and even really fast runners, who knows, but also with regards to the wider recommendation, I think I endorse the process, and I think it must be really exciting for the staff to have gone through this whole process and be able to have completed that first tranche, so well done.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Exciting or torturous? I will put the recommendation, the motion, those in favour, aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 6.9.
I'll move it.
Christmas order.
I'll second.
Councillor Cockerello is moving, Councillor Connor for seconding. The temporary road closure for the Whangarei Christmas Parade 2020. Recommendations for page 344. Councillor Cockerello.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The most important thing is we need to recognise that the lines Lions Club, who've been running the Christmas parade in Carmo for many years, are now forced to be able to use, not forced, but probably encouraged to use an alternative route. The route they've chosen, which is on 348, I think covers it quite well. It's not like in the it's allowing a lot of public to come along the side of the road to see the displays. The police are very active with and very involved with the Lions Club. They always produce a good, safe event, and I think it's a great event for Whangarei. And the great thing about it is Whangarei has come along with it as well, so it's including Whangarei and Carmo parades together. So it's, as I said, it's a great outcome for Whangarei. Disappointing for the other two areas, because I know that both Carmo residents and Whangarei residents will be missing the parades in their area. So I just hope there's enough car parking for those people to be able to come and view the parade.
Thank you. As someone who's played pipes in many Christmas parades, could I ask Councillor Cockerillo if they've taken into consideration how long a man has to blow the bagpipes to get that far? Because I'm wondering if it's achievable. I know personally I couldn't, despite what you may all think about my ability to produce hot air.
I don't think it's important to me answer that.
Yeah, I'll stand for because while you're doing it. It is very disappointing that the Whangarei Christmas parade isn't able to go ahead this year. Me being on the Whangarei Community Association for the past 7 years and have been running this parade for most of that time, it's been a passion to be able to bring the community these projects, these just points where people can come together, listen to music, see a festival, actually see a whole lot of stuff happening. And I love the events, I love all these things happening, and I was approached by the Lions as well to help out as much as I could. I've not been able to, but I'm fully supportive of this because it's actually, in the past, it was my it was a little dream that I was hoping that we'd actually be able to have a central city parade, whether it was down Bank Street, whether it was somewhere else, but this actually seems to be one of probably the best fits that we can actually have. That it will liven the CBD, it will bring people in, it will provide an opportunity for people to show off their groups, their creative ability, their enthusiasm for what they want to be able to do. And to be able to see this happening will be wonderful. It is a very unfortunate that we cannot have it at the Carmo Parade. It draws a huge crowd out there. I've not actually been able to do it because quite often it conflicts with things, but I've seen the amount of people that actually turn out to this event. And the Whangarei event as well has had so many people turn out to it and be able to do. So I'm fully supportive of being able to do this, and I'm looking forward to being able to see it because of the unfortunateness that we haven't been able to have the other ones. So it's I'm really happy to see this go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. I just want to, I do want to acknowledge the work that has gone into the Carmo Parade over the years, particularly from Colin Twyman. And I know it was disappointing for Colin in particular, and local people have been involved, that it's become so impractical really to continue the parade in Carmo. I know actually it's just interesting really because it's an event that brings lots of people to Carmo, and it's a great event, but in fact local business owners are not very happy about it being on a Saturday morning because people come to the event but they actually don't come to shop, and in fact quite a number of Carmo businesses don't actually open while the parade is on. So it's really interesting in terms of the impact both positive and negative events can have on an area. We sort of think that it's going to bring lots of people and so they'll spend money, but they're actually just coming for the parade, so and to get the free lollies or whatever. But I do really like the idea of having a joint Christmas parade in town, and I think that's just a really nice, it's a compromise, and hopefully a development that will continue into the future. So it would be great to see the Mayor throwing lollies at children again.
Give him that. Give him that. Yes, throwing him that. No. I agree the sentiments lamenting the loss of Whangarei and Carmel parades. But the traffic management costs, that was the killer, which is so bizarre. It was the Grinch that stole Christmas, was a traffic management plan. Anywho, we're going to create another, you had spoken, Councillor. I will put the motion. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 6.10, the contract award for COM contract 18078 for the construction of the new town basin park. Thank you, Shirley. We've got recommendations on page 350. With a big ticket item adjoined. Do we have a mover for the recommendations? I will move the recommendations. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Denham. It's never easy to spend money that we haven't budgeted for, but the project has come in at a price that is bigger than we budgeted for. And we are also including some upgrades to the boardbook that, again, at the beginning of the process weren't anticipated. So they've been planned, and we've been through some discussion of benefits of doing it once and doing it well. And this is an important project for us. It's adjacent, of course, to the Whangarei Art Centre, which is coming to, will be completed in December of next year, or planning to be opened. And I think it's really important that we, as a local authority, have put into our planning processes the ability for our community to really, really enjoy the space in and around the Whangarei Art Centre. And you'll see that another item just next is addressing some of the changes to the what do I want to say? There's a word. The number of car parks that will be affected by changing from a car park to a park for our enjoyment. So I'm keen to see this project proceed and for it to be done once and done well. Any discussion? Councillor Connor?
Getting this project done, as you were saying, done first time and well is paramount, especially with what we're having to do at the moment with the long-term plan. The potential that to push out other projects, it is imperative that we make sure that we focus on one project and ensure it can get done to a good high standard. It's also imperative that we don't just shoot ourselves in the foot by doing one project and then leaving the other one out to have to cross this area to actually get done. So ensuring that the pontoons and whatnot actually get done at the same time will lessen the impact on the repair that may have to happen if we did it afterwards. It's not easy to be able to do huge amounts of cost, but at the same time, this is providing a public space for people to get access safely to enliven the CBD. Whilst it is taking out of car parks in this area, which needs to be mitigated, which is one of those things that we need to do, it provides an active space that people can actually use. Next will be fantastic, but I also see that we need to make sure that we are taking into account that although the Hatia may not be swimmable per se, there are people that do jump off the bridge and swim in the harbour, especially on those warm summer days. I've seen so many kids jump off in there. So we need to make sure that we are providing an access out of the water for those that do wish to use the water as they wish to. But making sure that we are doing this right. And also, it's good to see that we are mitigating some of the costs for the next agenda item, but at the same time, we do need to take into account that there's a lot of car parking in there that is going to be lost, and we can't always just show it into other car parks because there are other areas. And I also appreciate the fact that we are looking to try to make the CBD a lot more walkable, a lot more all access availability, and with the potential of inner city living as well. We need spaces that people can enjoy themselves, so they can exist without it being expected to pay for things, so that they can actually enjoy and live. So it's we need to do it the first time and get it done right.
That's a couple.
Worship. Two things do concern me about the project. One, I think it does need to be noted that the additional $1 million is because the construction's been delayed by 2 years because of the aligning it with the construction of the Hundertwasser, which is running late. And I think we do need to recognise that we're picking up an additional cost because of that. The other thing that concerns me, and I'd like hopefully the staff can answer this, is just the issue of accessibility. And I note that the boardwalk is flush, which is great, but I also know from being a cyclist who has had their tyres caught between the boards and the walk, and also from people on the disability advisory group with wheelchairs, that the boardwalk concept can be very difficult for people in terms of accessibility. And also I note that there are steps. And I'm looking on page, sheet 3, perspective B, whatever. Sorry, page, it is effectively 360 something. This page. And I just really wonder about the accessibility issues. I know we put down what's really attractive sort of boardwalk at the beginning of the loop, which turned out to be, well, attractive visually, not very practically very good. And I'm just concerned that we don't do a similar thing here, and also particularly the steps issue. So I'd really like some comment from staff on that if I could.
Thank you. Through the chair, the park has been designed as a fully accessible space, barring one particular area, which is one of those terraces, and that purely due to the topography, where there is a little change that is just too great to overcome without having steps or some form of retaining wall. The accessible route is through the concrete path that will go through the centre of the park and then join back up to the canopy bridge without using those steps. The steps are an alternative route off the canopy bridge and down onto the boardwalk. So we have addressed accessibility throughout the entire design of the project.
If I may, through you, Chair. So that it does still mean though that the boardwalk will be difficult for people, particularly in wheelchairs, kids on scooters, because of the very nature of the boardwalk, if you like. Is there anything that can be done to mitigate that with that type of development? Or are you just saying that people are going to have to keep off it if they're disabled or they've got young kids with scooters?
Through the chair, that's not our expectation, that it would be difficult to be navigated by wheelchairs or other types of accessible pieces of equipment. We would expect that it would be effectively like a flush surface. There will be small gaps like you would get on any type of board or deck that you walk through, but that would be able to be traversed by those accessible pieces of equipment quite easily.
Well, I am still concerned about it, Your Worship. And the other thing I just wanted to check, if I may, so are you saying, thinking about the connections, the cycleway connections through to Hatia Loop and how we're trying to develop cycleway connections, are you saying that cyclists will be coming through that public area along with members of the public? That's going to be the proposed cycleway in the future onto the loop?
Through the chair, the main route is through the centre of the park, and that's joining up to the canopy bridge, and then it also joins up to the Dent Street crossing, as well as the Riverside Dent and Hatia intersection, where there are cycle lanes at that point.
Okay. I do want to express my concern about those issues, and I continue to hold those concerns.
Just for reference, because I'm struggling to get my head around where I'm looking at, where is the canopy bridge in relation to, say, one of these pictures, just so I can know what I'm looking at.
Through the chair, the canopy bridge is at the top of the stairs at the end of the boardwalk, and it is just near the end of the play space as well when you're looking at the main park image.
So it's there. So here.
So my other question was now I sort of understand where it is. There's no boat, you're not taking boats out of anywhere, are you? No. Thank you.
Your Worship,
Councillor Hobbs.
I'd like to move an amendment. And if I get a second, I'll be able to explain it. My amendment would be for 1, 2, 3, 4 remain the same, and number 5 to be deleted. If I've got a second, I'll explain.
I'll second that for discussion.
Councillor Coleman will second.
Okay, so on this project, 24 years ago we said we wanted an iconic building on the site. We've actually achieved it quite well, having a Huntervass and a new park. And this is I want this park to be the very best it can be. And I support doing the wharf and that at the same time, or prior to the finishing off of the park. So why remove number 5? We've just gone through a series of workshops for the future of the long-term plan, and we've been encouraged by our CEO to have a strong financial discipline. I thought all council contracts had a contingency in them of about 20%. This is another 10% above that. And that equates to $660,000. 10% is $660,000 that our CEO does sign off. I'm challenging that, and I want your support around the table. Because on one hand, we've been saying bring the cost down on every other project across the district and going through timelines and projects, and yet I'm quite happy for the CEO to come back with a list of projects that are likely to overrun, and we can discuss it, and then we can make a further decision. But to say we'll just pass on a whim at this meeting an extra $660,000, that's what I'm challenging. And I think, to be fair, I think the way I proposed it, that the CEO still could bring extraordinary items back to this council, is the correct way to do it at this time and under our financial pressures.
Councillor Hulse, just to get clarity on Simon, in actual fact, the item 5 is delegating the ability to award a contract up to, it's actually only $350,000 above the contract price that's been put in. So I actually was also wondering why that was 350 but not 10% construction. If we can get clarity on that.
Through the chair, you'll note through the paper that we've highlighted that the construction contract, the 6.6 million construction contract, is only got 5% contingency, $350,000. You'll note that we're recommending that probably wouldn't be enough, and that we recommend, in terms of the budgeting, that we add an additional $350,000, which makes 10% for that particular contract, and that the chief executive, the delegated authority, to go above the $6.6 million contract to the tune of that $350,000.
Well, Your Worship, that basically equates to 5 or 6 small projects that we can't do elsewhere. And I'm challenging the council to make a decision on it.
Yep, and we will make that decision. Does anybody wish to speak to the amendment?
Your Worship, so just to clarify the question, under page 355, it actually states that the contingency sum is actually 5%. And then it says that for risk profile, it's 10%. My question is, why was that not included within the actual original contracts?
Exactly.
Through the Chair, we had allocated what we had expected the price to come back at based on our contingency estimates and based on the budget that we had left available to us at the time. And that was 5%. Sorry, it didn't equate to 5% at that time, but given the price that has come back, the contingency was then calculated out to be approximately 5%. And so it is quite normal practice to go into a construction contract with a minimum of 10% contingency, just depending on the risk profile that remains in the project. For this particular project, we have some underground works that are yet that have to be done, and that is where a lot of the risk lies. We can't know every aspect of what lies under the ground of the site. And so to risk of having to come back to council for another decision to allocate additional contingency at a later stage when we're already on site. That's the reason for asking for that donation at this point in time. What would happen if we were in the middle of construction and we found that we required additional contingency? It can be a 2 to 3 month process to get a decision before council, which poses a lot of risk in terms of financial cost if the contractor cannot be given a quick decision on site by the engineer to the contract.
Just a point of order. Council's got the ability to call an extraordinary special meeting within 3 days. Not 3 days.
Did that answer your question, Councillor Brother?
It does, Your Worship. It raised a lot of red flags, but yes, it does.
Councillor Martin?
The reality of this is that it's a televised public meeting, so everybody in the world can know how much we're going to let this contract for, so clearly it's already a fait accompli. No. If you were the contractor involved in this thing and you saw the amounts here in a public meeting being televised, you would know what figure you could go to.
Councillor Martin, this is an open agenda. It's published on the council's website.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
it's nothing. The addition of a television makes no difference to the public accessibility to the information.
Well, because they can watch it live, but
Chairman, my next question is in relation to the management of the contract. Will our staff be trying their hardest to keep budgets as close to possible just respect to the fact that we've just gone through COVID, our budgets have been cut, and those sort of things are happening. I'm full aware that the contract deserves the money that it gets to get. I'm just conscious of the contract and how it's running, and when the staff will be looking at those things all the time.
I'll send over to our staff.
Thank you. Through the Chair, most definitely, that is always top of mind for us, to be getting the best value for money and to be making sure that throughout the process that only the appropriate amount of money is paid for the work that has been done.
I have another question. Yeah. Looking at the bottom of page 354 and the bottom of page 355 related to heritage signs, money put aside for, and in the park signs and arts budgets, can I be assured this is not money that has been put aside for heritage signs for the Bank Street project, which has been waiting for 2 years for Hapu input actually, or money that has been put aside for to complete the Kamo Heritage Science project? I just want to make sure that that money is not being reallocated.
Through the Chair, thank you. It is not the same money, it is different money that has been allocated to each of those projects.
Thank you. Councillor Connor, a question?
With obviously we've got all these wonderful new designs and things that we have coming out. With the playground area, is that a shelter area or is that what's the covering on that?
Through the Chair, it is a sheltered area with shade structure that will go over the top of it. It is not necessarily fully rain-proof, but it is technically a shade structure.
I'm just going to follow on. With the area at the town basin, the canopy bridge is one of the only sheltered spaces down there. Do we, in our plans, and this would have other costs, but I'm not trying to push for that right now, but how much do we look at providing actual rain shelter in these type of plans? Because trees do provide some shelter, but you still get wet when you're underneath them. So how much do we, because in other times, aside from droughts, we're in this fucking rain, it's raining all the time. So how much do we put into other actual rain shelters in parks?
Through the Chair, I think that's a question that I would need to come back to you on, because it relates to a wider sort of scope of works than what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I guess one of the things that I would think about is in the town basement area, you have got a number of buildings that you can retreat to and you need to go, including Councillor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's an extraordinary amount of money here, and we've been asked in the last few days to discount a lot of expenditure. We're being asked to go with a lot of expenditure right now and go without a lot of car parking. Between Robert Street, Bolton Street intersection and the loss of the parking area in this new proposal, if I'm not wrong, I think there's approximately 200 car parks disappearing that we're not replacing. And it's all in an area that is demanding car parking, with the 100 busser and the kids park on the other side of the complex. So I will be recording my vote against this, just purely on the fact that I think this is a little exorbitant to be asking our ratepayers to fund right at this point in time, and suffer the loss of car parks.
Any further discussion? I'll put the amendment, and the amendment is just that it's all 4 recommendations stopping without 5.
I'll have a division, thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Division has been called for by Councillor Hobbs.
Just for a bit of clarification, how does that work with then the delegation for the chief executive is no longer there?
Correct. And if the amendment fails, the original motion will be put to the delegation.
Sorry, I'm asking about the correctness of the motion, whether it actually is required to have the delegated authority of the chief executive to authorise the contract.
No, we are approving the award of the contract. It's council's decision, but there's to delegate authority to add additional variations. But without that, then if there are variations, that will have to come to council. I think that is the authority. Councillor Connor, a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because we've recently kind of had a bridge that we've had replaced, and it's had a lot of money had to go onto it because obviously they found things that weren't there. With the amount of buildings that were under there, or the reclamation of that land, is it not sensible to have at least a safety for that?
Well, that's your choice as to whether or not to support the amendment. So I'm putting the amendment, and the Councillor Holmes has called for a division. Those in favour, raise your hands.
Councillors Whangarei, Hulse, Reid, Go Lightly and
those against?
Councillors Connor, Peters, Innes, Martin, Murphy, Cutforth, Deeming and Your Worship the Mayor.
The amendment is lost. I'll put the original motion.
Excuse me, I was like to speak to the motion, thanks. Let's speak to the amendment. So, is it right here?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, so why I put that in is it's just trying to get some financial discipline around the table. Now, this project started off in our long-term plan at $2.9 million. We then had a working party put together in the last term of council, and when they started working party, it increased to $5.2 million. It is now lifted to 5.6 plus the wharf work. Now, where's the financial discipline there? So I'm one of the council who gets berated time after time for suggesting borrow some more money to do projects. I get castigated for cost overruns. I'd like to do too, but this is the classic example of creep. Go back and check your plans. There's all the figures in there. And that's all I'm saying is, I didn't say the CEO couldn't come back. What I asked for him that he could come back with a list. Basically, we've signed off, like I said, 5 of our smaller projects in our future long-term plan. That's what we've done. Thank you.
Councillor Holmes. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. I just want to speak to the original resolution. Yeah, I mean, I think we all look at it and grimace because it is a massive amount of money. I think it is what it is, and it's been explained that because of things beyond our control with the delays due to Hunter and COVID, etc., costs have gone up, and that's just what happens. And what I think of is, there's two principles here. One is do it once, do it well. And I'm a really firm believer in that. And I've seen, other work we're doing around the city, and it is of such a high quality. Once it's done to that standard, it's an investment. So the other thing is we've had to find savings in our operational budgets. So in our operational budgets, we have really struggled through COVID and the impacts of COVID with that. But with this is a capital investment, and I think when I think about the loop, and even though I live on the coast, I often, I spend quite a lot of time in the town basin area, and I just see this as being a massive investment for our people. That's going to really, at the moment we've really got the town basin playground, and then we've got Hihiawa, but this is going to be, wow, a huge space. We can get so many people in here, we can have concerts, and we'll be able to do so many things. So I see this as being an investment for our ratepayers, and I know that it will be used and it will be loved. So I'm just keen to, I support getting on with the work before costs further escalate.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Deemy?
I was interested in the illusion that the working party didn't have financial discipline in keeping these costs under control. It was quite clear from 4.1 what the main reason was for the costs not staying at the original budget. And I do remember sitting in on a number of those meetings where those arguments were undertaken, trying to get the Whangarei project to a stage where where the town basin car park could actually be undertaken. And of course, half of the project is around the boardwalk, which we can't have an unsafe boardwalk and seawall, so there's really no option but to address that. And to the staff's credit, they have found a way of amending the budget so that we do one project now and the other project later, so that we don't actually have a shortfall at this point in time. So thank you for your work. I really appreciate what you have managed to do in a very difficult and trying circumstance.
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion when it comes to the vote. However, I do fully support the principle that Councillor Hulse has raised, in that we have had creep, and as governors we should be aware of that, and we should be asking the staff to be aware of that. The assumption that the costs are the costs and that is what it is not, in my opinion, entirely correct, because we can alter the plan, and you do, in response to situations as they arise. So in this instance we could have taken out the water feature or various things and still been able to hold the concerts and had the people gathering. However, to the credit of the staff, they have, after some input at the last meeting, taken some money from another project and moved it to this one, and so therefore I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, two things I really want to comment on here. First of all, I take my hat off to MPM Project, Steve Boland and Robinson's for bidding for this work. And I'm extremely happy that a local contractor has got the job. I think that's amazing, because as we know, when local contractors get jobs, it usually means that there's more employment going around in the community, which is great. And employment is one of the big things which we need to be focusing on at this present moment in time, going with the fact that our employment rate is not looking good. The second thing is, and I believe it's already been highlighted by Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hulse about the budget. However, the staff have given me the reassurance that they will keep an eye on the budget. They have, and being a local contractor, I'm quite well aware that they also go in previous past experience of jobs that this contractor has done, they have gone on and above what was actually asked of them, and I do appreciate that from the contractor as well. So it's, I appreciate the contractor, I appreciate the work the staff are doing, and I understand that they will work their hardest to make sure, both parties will work their hardest to make sure the contract comes under what's needed. The second thing, my biggest concern is about car parking. I know this project removes 200 car parks and puts them nowhere. So my concern now is that the staff are looking up there for solutions for car parking for our CBD and our district, because 200 car parks are needed. We need to do something about that. I've heard the arguments many times, people say, oh, we've got plenty of car parks in the city, but I can tell you now, that's not the case. When businesses are shutting their doors because people are not coming in. So please, keep the car parking on focus here as well. Thank you.
Question. Another question. On page 356, for you, Madam Chair, it notes that other project budgets are recommended to be deferred to the 21-22 financial year. What project budgets will be deferred?
From memory, it's Pōhi Island projects.
Through the Chair, the Pōhi Island program is the area where we're going to defer budget from. Just given where we are currently at with the program and with how close we are getting to the next financial year, we don't believe that it will significantly delay the work that we have planned there to move the budget from this year into the following financial year. And as you'll be aware that through the long-term plan process, those projects on Pōhi Island are also being reconsidered.
Any further discussion? I will put the motion. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Against? No. Carried. Brings us to item 6.11. How long have we been sitting?
I'll move this.
Hey?
I'll move it.
Oh, Councillor Whangarei is moving. And I will second. Councillor Whangarei?
Through your worship, this next agenda item deals with the car park issue that I raised earlier, but it doesn't really deal it by the extent that I really want it to be dealing with. This is really giving as it says, it's changing the rate from that car parking area from what it was originally to back to what it was. It got changed, it was $2 a day, and then it got changed to $2 per hour. Now it's coming back down to $2 per day. I don't believe cost is the issue for car parks, but I'm happy to endorse this feedback.
I absolutely support this because we're going to gain approximately $24,500 by making it $2 a day as opposed to $2 per hour. We leased this specifically to enable more parking to be close adjacent to the town basin. When we leased it, we did put in $2 per hour and free in the weekends, which is what we're looking at rescinding now. And we are looking at $2 per day, which is what the car parks treated down by the car park to park project currently. So it doesn't go the complete way of mitigating the loss of those park spaces, but it does, I believe, address it in a way that shows that we are being proactive about it. It also acknowledges that I do accept that we are going to need to be looking for alternatives. I think the people who park there need to be looking for alternatives. There's probably going to be a bit further walk for some Party Drive, perhaps. However,
be set at a rate of $1 per hour.
And
And
it's
everything else
similar for the amendment. It lapses forward. to
I'll
the
see it for discussion, because I want to hear what she has to say.
Oh, thanks, Bill. So, honestly, you guys, $2 a day, that is too cheap. I mean, that is honestly ridiculous. I pay in town when I'm doing my own business. I pay using MPark, and I'm happy to pay whatever fee council has decided to set. I think that a $2 a day fee in the centre of the city is actually ridiculous. Like, honestly, that is a high use area. It's going to be across from our new playground. It's going to be across from Huntsvasser. Do we really want people jamming that area up for the whole day for $2? I know this is just my personal opinion. I would be happy to continue it on at $2 an hour. There's probably staff who we could pack and save who park there who would park for the whole day. I just think $2 a day, and also, how are we going to, my vision is that people are leaving their cars at home and walking or cycling into the city. We've invested millions and millions into this amazing cycleway. We want people to be walking, riding bikes. Maybe if it's bring your car, if you have to do your groceries, bring your car. But I think it's sending the wrong message. I think if you work in town and you live in town, then catch a bus or use alternative transport. Alternatively, there's a lot of other areas that you can park on the fringes of the CBD. So yes, thank you so much, Councillor Holtz, for seconding this just so that I could have my say. I really appreciate that, because you probably don't support me at all. But what a great opportunity to have my say. And I have people actually saying this to me all the time. They cannot believe, for example, opposite the NRC, they cannot believe that we let people park there for $2 for the whole day. We could be, being a bit more strategic. Thanks, everyone.
Let's go lightly.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not be supporting your recommendation. I understand that Councillor Murphy sort of said that you park and you pay $2 per hour, but this is car parks for people that are working in our CBD. They're not. So where do you propose that they park?
They can park
No. Sorry. I don't.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gill. And then Councillor Cuffle.
Teachers.
Thank you, Worship. I don't tend to have a particularly good memory, but I do sort of recall back in 2017 that there was actually quite a debate about this and about the charge. And some of us, and I can't actually recall how I voted, I have to say, but I remember people going, $2 an hour is just going to kill this, and in fact that's what's happened. So I completely understand what Councillor Murphy is saying, and I do think it's incredibly cheap. But I'm interested that, ironically, we're going to make more money out of it by dropping the fee than we are by having the fee that we had, where it just wasn't used, and there was huge sort of outcry on social media about . So, I mean, I understand what Councillor Murphy's saying. I would say in response, there will be an opportunity to review it in the future. But at the moment, I think it's let's just swallow that big rat and go, yep, that vote was wrong. Jeff trying to convince us that we were doing the right thing was possibly not one of his better moves. And so I do support rescinding it and going with a lower fee. But I do recall that there was quite a debate about it and what the impact would be.
I also wish to caution you, Councillor, about referring to a staff member who was giving the best advice.
A lovely, and great advice it was.
And a council decision was made.
Absolutely, and I love Jeff.
Thank you.
That's even worse, Okay, so I won't say so much about seconding the amendment, but there are some good points brought out of this discussion. By the recommendation is the best way to get to full occupancy of this car park. That is a given. It's the best way to fill it up. However, it goes back to my further discussion on the last agenda item. We're removing the car parks away from investing now in a brand new upgraded playground. That is the type of thing I would say council needs to have some priority parking so parents with young people can actually get across the road in safety and play in the playground. Because you can go down there any day on the weekend now, and that car parks on the town basin side are full. And so all we're doing is pushing them further away from a big investment we're just making. We're under construction now for a brand new playground. And so that's why I wanted a bit of debate, Councillor Murphy. We're not consistent in backing up a good message.
Any further discussion on the amendment or the original motion? Councillor Potts?
Yeah, no, from coming from actually working in the town basin for a while, people actually turning up to the area that are tourists do expect to pay. They were quite shocked when they turned up and said, "Where do I pay for this?" And it's actually free. So the implementation in the town basin, specifically area, was understandable. That car park is a necessary need to mitigate the current effects that is going to happen when we remove the car park down by the Whangarei. That is going to be a needing to do it a quick fix because people don't like to change. They'll have their fixes and their ways to get around things, and having to change, they'll probably leave it to the last minute, to be completely honest. And they need somewhere to go. A lot of traffic often does occur when people are trying to find a park, because they have to slowly get in, slowly get out, which causes traffic to back up. So making sure we have a relatively close area to the to the CBD, to the town basin area, to allow people some cheaper ability to park, I think is a good idea. So I think we should stick with the $2 per day for now and work with that. I don't see it as taking away a huge car park. We need to try and make a fix at least. At the same time, if depending on how far down the track we go with these things, if the car parking within the town basin gets reduced, we're going to have other issues as well. So depending if within the between the batch and next to Whangarei and the town basin area too, we are going to have more issues with car parking. When right now it's slightly higher cost. It's not Auckland, but it's a slightly higher cost, so it actually does allow for people to access the area. So whether or not at some stage we do look at a larger car park somewhere just out of the CBD that's still relatively close, but able to for people to go. And I don't mean Poe Island, because that's way far away. A car park, parking building, depending on what works, what is the most helpful. But yeah, we need to. Kiwis are one of the highest users of cars around, and they're not going to go away anytime soon. They might go to electric, but you're going to have mothers and child and parents with children that will need a car park that will be relatively close. At the same time, you will have children running as fast as they can towards the playground to be able to use it without actually having to worry about that, but you have to worry about the traffic. So even if you park a little while away, they'll be running towards it. I've seen it up in the town basin. You see so many kids running towards the playground and whatnot. It's a desire line. It's like, is there something there, they're going to go towards it. So making sure that we have a relatively close, but not too close. So I think we need to stick with the $2 per day for now. But yeah, if we need to address it in the future, we will. But at the same time, we need to mitigate right now for the big car park that is about to be lost.
Could I have just a question? Thank you. So that car park's costing us $150,000 a year. What would we actually have to charge to make it pay for itself?
151.
There was a discussion last time.
So it's a calculation. It's a bit unfair to ask the question.
No, totally fair enough.
Just to remind the council that at the same time as we introduced this car park, we introduced parking charges at the town basin. So together, the two car parks cover the cost.
Thank you, Jeff. That very professional response.
Can I ask a question, Chris? A bit confusing here under 4.1. on page 367, it says we had a lease of 3 years, which would have expired on the 20th of July this year. And the next paragraph down, it doesn't say whether we've uplifted that lease for the next period of 2 years. It says it's got a right of renewal, but has it been renewed?
Can you recall when we did that?
Yes, it has been renewed.
Recently. Thank you, good question. Councillor Murphy, with your amendment, I agree with your sentiments entirely. I think $2 a day is extraordinarily cheap. The reason I'm supporting the original motion is that the loss of the car parks down the road, the car park process for commuters, needs to be mitigated in some way. Some of the cars that are being parked in the what we call it, car park area, are actually workers at the Whangarei Art Centre. Those people, the economic development stimulus, they're there. When that project is finished, those spaces won't actually be required. So I know that they want to compensate entirely, but for the commuters who are using it, who will be more into town, they've got another alternate for the remarkably good value of $2 per day, or a bit longer walk. So that's why we've identified this as being an alternate for the commuters, and it should work for a period of time. So I'm going to put the amendment. Those in favour, aye.
Aye.
Against?
Against.
It is lost. I will put the original motion. Those in favour, aye.
Aye.
Against?
You joined the ring.
Councillors, then 8 minutes. We will have been sitting for 2 hours and we cannot do that beyond it. So I'm going to propose that we take a break and come back and finish the few items on our agenda in the open portion and then move it to completion. So we will take a half-hour break and be back at 1:02. Thank you. Councillor Holtz had to let me know that he has to attend another meeting, but we will do that. And Councillor Reid also apologised he had to leave. So we will be noting all of those, and Councillor Benny also, we're dwindling in numbers. Some of those will be returned. Councillor Peters is So we're up to item 7.1, the financial report for the 2 months ending 31 August 2020.
That's on us.
No, but you're welcome to be there, Sue. I know your financial abilities are...
Unless they want to do this.
Oh!
No. Stay there, guys.
The man who wants to be here.
No. That's what we're...
Yeah, but I was actually planning to be supplementary, but it does change because one's a decision-making, one's...
Yeah.
However, now that I've started on 7.1 and we've got people moving, let's carry on. So we've got page 370, the recommendation that Council notes the operating results for the 2 months ending.
I'll second that.
We've got Councillor Innes and Councillor Martin. Councillor Innes. Over to you, Councillor Innes. So, Councillor, is there any debate on the financials for the 2 months? Alan.
If I could just have a comment. I guess I have a concern with the report that it's a false positive, and that we are 2 months into the year. We haven't completed due to LTP commitments the normal forecasting process. It looks suspiciously good to me. So maybe an issue with the phasing that budget meetings have done, so that they haven't accurately reflected the extension of the first 2 months. We're on the cost of the managers for doing that. So I can't promise we'll be as good a position for next month, particularly with some additional bills for storm damage coming through. So please don't think we have money to spend at this point, because we're running so well.
Well, we spent quite who floated a little earlier. And just out of interest, we through the COVID recovery package, we deferred the payment for the first four rates through to September. My bank balance dropped dramatically a couple of days ago. So I'm just wondering if there's been any impact. It may be too early to tell, but you might have an update on it.
I've been watching this very, very closely. In terms of, we're basically a month out from the process we're in for us, so the direct debits were a month delayed. But if we look in terms of the arrears, at this point in the cycle, we've had the same cycle last year. It's nearly the same, so we've seen no significant change at all in terms of the arrears coming through. Last year at this time, in terms of direct debit dishonors, we had 0.83% of them. This year it's been 1%. So a marginal increase in the dishonors. The penalty rate is 5%, not 10%, so the dollars are different. If we look at the number of penalties that we're going to be having, last year at this point we had 2,170 properties and penalties. This year it's 2,281, so only 10 or 11 properties more. The only thing, in terms of drilling down to that, the average penalty last time was $54 per property. If we double the one that's 5%, not 10%, the average is $62 this time. It sort of indicates that the slightly higher value properties were not paying the rate sometimes. So whether it's that's only one measure. I don't want to read too much into it, but it's an interesting thing which we'll keep an eye on going forward. There's certainly not seeing any significant impacts in people being able to pay their rates at this point in time. Now, wage subsidies coming off, that might change the rate of instalments. I would expect to see a slightly higher increase in the dishonors because people were expecting it this month, unless they consciously change their thinking to have money ready on the 20th of September to be from August. That may just trigger a dishonor placement, not because they have money just in one place at one time. But obviously we'll keep watching this on a daily basis. There's no signs of distress at this point.
And can I just check with, from a communications perspective, for people who do pay quarterly, there will only be a 2-month distance between payments in September and the next quarter in November. Are we going to highlight that so that people can prepare for that?
We put something into council news, for example, right, so make people aware.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful. And then we get back into the normal cycle. Thank you for that update, Alan. Any other questions, comments? I will put that motion. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And then we can come to the supplementary item 6.5. Noting that some of those comments that we've got a lot of money. The recommendation is that the council approves unbudgeted capital expenditure of $510,503 for the upgrade of the common car park. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Stephen has moved and Councillor Martin is seconding. So any discussion?
Well, only the obvious that we decided that we needed to ensure the car park would be upgraded in time for the Women's Rugby World Cup, and I think we made that decision around this chamber, so it's pretty obvious that we...
Councillor Cockburn.
Yeah, my concern still stands in relation to the number of car parks being reduced for that area. I realise sealing and doing all that is great, but it also means the reduction of car parking. My big concern is also in relation to the Freedom Campus who are using the site regularly as well. And those are things that are still going to be concerns afterwards.
Any further discussion? Councillor Connor?
Yeah, with getting this sealed, obviously with the Rugby World Cup, it's imperative we make sure that we do provide a reasonable facility, considering that area can be quite terrible for parking. It will also rectify the fact that the car park as it is at the moment has hundreds of potholes all around it. So that's a mission in itself. But yes, we do have to worry about keep in mind about the vehicle dwellers that are in the area as well, not just the freedom campers, because that is what is more than just that. So yes.
Thank you, Councillor Connor. Councillor Murphy?
I just had a question on that too. So once it's complete, will the vehicle dwellers, will it still be used as a place where they can or are welcome to park? And when it's not in use for other events?
It's not an area that's covered under the Camping and Public Places bylaw, so technically it's a car park that exists and doesn't have, it's not a prohibited space.
So at the moment, the vehicle dwellers can stay there. So there's no night limit through the chair on how many nights they can stay in their car park?
A 3-night limit, is that correct?
Because I went to the circus. The circus was there, and they had to bring in portaloos. So I was just wondering, where are the closest public toilets? The ones at our new car park across the road. There's no closer toilets.
Basket park. But for events, I expect additional balloons would come in to service large events, rather than having something there all the time. That's not good.
Thank you.
I'm also conscious of this site as one of the sort of entry points into our city. Once we get the intersection at the end of Kiora and Port Road upgraded and cycleways and things, and then you're coming through to the roundabout and seeing a tidy intersection before you go over the bridge and along Riverside Drive to the bus stop. And just be a really good asset and improvement to an entry point to our city. Any other discussion? Councillor Cooper?
I'm happy to support the car park being done, but could we note that there is an enormous amount of money being spent in the city or the Crown Basin area, and there is requirements for the rural areas, and I'd like our fellow councillors to note that that is happening, and we just okayed a lot of money this morning for the other park. Now we're doing this for this park. I know it's in the plan. I'm happy with it. I'm also happy with this one because I suspect the ongoing operational costs of a car park are far less than some of the other projects in which it's the operating budget that is tight for us. So can I please ask the other councillors that we bear this in mind when other projects come in front of us, and that will be coming up in the long-term plan deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, aye. Aye. Those against, carried. Councillors, that brings us to the end of the open portion of our meeting. We do have some items to discuss in the confidential section, and I will need a resolution for us to move to exclude for the reasons as noted in the agenda. Councillor Anderson has moved, Councillor Popperello has seconded. Those in favour, aye. Aye. And against, carried. Thank you to Craig for your support for us today and providing the live stream